Chapter 15. Asking yourself a question, that's how resistance begins. And then ask that very question to someone else. Remco Kampert. May, 1941, France. On the Monday Isabelle left for Paris, Vianne kept busy. She washed clothes and hung them out to dry. She weeded her garden and gathered a few early ripening vegetables. At the end of a long day, she treated herself to a bath and washed her hair. She was drying it with a towel when she heard a knock at the door. Startled by an unexpected guest, she buttoned her bodice as she went to the door. Water dripped onto her shoulders. When she opened the door, she found Captain Beck standing there, dressed in his field uniform, dust peppering his face. "Herr Captain," she said, pushing the wet hair away from her face. "Madame," he said. "A colleague and I went fishing today. I have brought you what we caught." "Fresh fish? How lovely. I will fry it up for you." "For us, madame. You and me and Sophie." Vianne couldn't look away from either Beck or the fish in his hands. She knew without a doubt that Isabelle wouldn't accept this gift, just as she knew that her friends and neighbors would claim to turn it down. Food. From the enemy. It was a matter of pride to turn it down. Everyone knew that. "I have neither stolen nor demanded it. No Frenchman has more of a right to it than I. There can be no dishonor in your taking it." He was right. This was a fish from local waters. He had not confiscated it. Even as she reached for the fish, she felt the weight of rationalization settle heavily upon her. "You rarely do us the honor of eating with us." "It is different now," he said. "With your sister away." Vianne backed into the house to allow him entry. As always, he removed his hat as soon as he stepped inside and clomped across the wooden floor to his room. Vianne didn't notice until she heard the click shut of his door that she was still standing there, holding a dead fish wrapped in a recent edition of the Pariser Zeitung, the German newspaper printed in Paris. She returned to the kitchen. When she laid the paper-wrapped fish out on the butcher block, she saw that he'd already cleaned the fish, even going so far as to shave off the scales. She lit the gas stove and put a cast-iron pan over the heat, adding a precious spoonful of oil to the pan. While cubes of potato browned and onion caramelized, she seasoned the fish with salt and pepper and set it aside. In no time, tantalizing aromas filled the house, and Sophie came running into the kitchen, skidding to a stop in the empty space where the breakfast table used to be. "Fish," she said with reverence. Vianne used her spoon to create a well within the vegetables and put the fish in the middle to fry. Tiny bits of grease popped up. The skin sizzled and turned crisp. At the very end, she placed a few preserved lemons in the pan, watching them melt over everything. "Go tell Captain Beck that supper is ready." "He is eating with us?" "Tante Isabelle would have something to say about that. Before she left, she told me never to look him in the eye, and to try not to be in the same room with him." Vianne sighed. The ghost of her sister lingered. "He brought us the fish, Sophie, and he lives here." "Oui, maman, I know that still. She said, 'Go call the captain for supper.' Isabelle is gone, and with her extreme worries. Now go." Vianne returned to the stove. Moments later, she carried out a heavy ceramic tray bearing the fried fish surrounded by the pan-roasted vegetables and preserved lemons, all of it enhanced with fresh parsley. The tangy lemony sauce in the bottom of the pan, swimming with crusty brown bits, could have benefited from butter, but still it smelled heavenly. She carried it into the dining room and found Sophie already seated, with Captain Beck beside her. In Antoine's chair. Vianne missed a step. Beck rose politely and moved quickly to pull out her chair. She paused only slightly as he took the platter from her. "This looks most becoming," he said in a hearty voice. Once again, his French was not quite right. Vianne sat down and scooted into her place at the table. Before she could think of what to say, Beck was pouring her wine. "A lovely 37 Montrachet," he said. Vianne knew what Isabelle would say to that. Beck sat across from her. Sophie sat to her left. She was talking about something that had happened at school today. When she paused, Beck said something about fishing, and Sophie laughed. And Vianne felt Isabelle's absence as keenly as she'd previously felt her presence. "Stay away from Beck." Vianne heard the warning as clearly as if it had been spoken aloud beside her. She knew that in this one thing her sister was right. Vianne couldn't forget the list after all, and the firings, or the sight of Beck seated at his desk with crates of food at his feet and a painting of the Führer behind him. "My wife quite despaired of my skill with a net after that," he was saying, smiling. Sophie laughed. "My papa fell into the river one time when we were fishing, remember, Maman? He said the fish was so big it pulled him in, right, Maman?" Vianne blinked slowly. It took her a moment to notice that the conversation had circled back to include her. It felt odd, to say the least. In all their past meals with Beck at the table, conversation had been rare. Who could speak surrounded by Isabelle's obvious anger? "It is different now, with your sister away." Vianne understood what he meant. The tension in the house, at this table, was gone now. What other changes would her absence bring? "Stay away from Beck." How was Vianne to do that? And when was the last time she'd eaten a meal this good, or heard Sophie laugh? The Gare de Lyon was full of German soldiers when Isabelle disembarked from the train carriage. She wrestled her bicycle out with her. It wasn't easy with her valise banging into her thighs the whole time, and impatient Parisians shoving at her. She had dreamed of coming back here for months. In her dreams, Paris was Paris, untouched by the war. But on this Monday afternoon, after a long day's travel, she saw the truth. The occupation might have left the buildings in place, and there was no evidence outside the Gare de Lyon of bombings. But there was a darkness here, even in the full light of day, a hush of loss and despair as she rode her bicycle down the boulevard. Her beloved city was like a once beautiful courtesan, grown old and thin, weary, abandoned by her lovers. In less than a year, this magnificent city had been stripped of its essence by the endless clatter of German jackboots on the streets and disfigured by swastikas that flew from every monument. The only cars she saw were black Mercedes-Benzes with miniature swastika flags flapping from prongs on the fenders, and Wehrmacht lorries, and now and then a grey Panzer tank. All up and down the boulevard, windows were blacked out and shutters were drawn. At every other corner, it seemed, her way was barricaded. Signs in bold black lettering offered directions in German, and the clocks had been changed to run 2 hours ahead, on German time. She kept her head down as she pedaled past pods of German soldiers and sidewalk cafes hosting uniformed men. As she rounded onto the Boulevard de la Bastille, she saw an old woman on a bicycle trying to bypass a barricade. A Nazi stood in her way, berating her in German, a language she obviously didn't understand. The woman turned her bicycle and pedaled away. It took Isabelle longer to reach the bookshop than it should have, and by the time she coasted to a stop out front, her nerves were taut. She leaned her bicycle against a tree and locked it in place. Clutching her valise in sweaty, gloved hands, she approached the bookshop. In a bistro window, she caught sight of herself. Blonde hair hacked unevenly along the bottom, face pale with bright red lips, the only cosmetic she still had. She had worn her best ensemble for traveling, a navy and cream plaid jacket with a matching hat and a navy skirt. Her gloves were a bit the worse for wear, but in these times no one noticed a thing like that. She wanted to look her best to impress her father, grown up. How many times in her life had she agonized over her hair and clothing before coming home to the Paris apartment, only to discover that Papa was gone and Vianne was too busy to return from the country, and that some female friend of her father's would care for Isabelle while she was on holiday. Enough so that by the time she was 14 she'd stopped coming home on holidays at all. It was better to sit alone in her empty dormitory room than be shuffled among people who didn't know what to do with her. This was different, though. Henri and Didier, and their mysterious friends in the Free French, needed Isabelle to live in Paris. She would not let them down. The bookshop's display windows were blacked out, and the grates that protected the glass during the day were drawn down and locked in place. She tried the door and found it locked. On a Monday afternoon at 4 o'clock? She went to the crevice in the store façade that had always been her father's hiding place and found the rusted skeleton key and let herself in. The narrow store seemed to hold its breath in the darkness. Not a sound came at her. Not her father turning the pages of a beloved novel, or the sound of his pen scratching on paper as he struggled with the poetry that had been his passion when Maman was alive. She closed the door behind her and flicked on the light switch by the door. Nothing. She felt her way to the desk and found a candle in an old brass holder. An extended search of the drawers revealed matches, and she lit the candle. The light, meager as it was, revealed destruction in every corner of the shop. Half of the shelves were empty, many of them broken and hanging on slants, the books a fallen pyramid on the floor beneath the low end. Posters had been ripped down and defaced. It was as if marauders had gone through on a rampage looking for something hidden and carelessly destroyed everything along the way. Papa! Isabelle left the bookshop quickly, not even bothering to replace the key. Instead, she dropped it in her jacket pocket and unlocked her bicycle and climbed aboard. She kept to the smaller streets, the few that weren't barricaded, until she came to Rue de Grenelle. There, she turned and pedaled for home. The apartment on the Avenue de la Bourdonnais had been in her father's family for more than 100 years. The city street was lined on either side by pale sandstone buildings with black ironwork balconies and slate roofs. Carved stone cherubs decorated the cornices. About 6 blocks away, the Eiffel Tower rose high into the sky, dominating the view. On the street level were dozens of storefronts with pretty awnings and cafes, with tables set out front. The high floors were all residential. Usually, Isabelle walked slowly along the sidewalk, window shopping, appreciating the hustle and bustle around her. Not today. The cafes and bistros were empty. Women in worn clothes and tired expressions stood in queues for food. She stared up at the blacked-out windows as she fished the key from her bag. Opening the door, she pushed her way into the shadowy lobby, hauling her bicycle with her. She locked it to a pipe in the lobby. Ignoring the coffin-sized cage elevator, which no doubt didn't run in these days of limited electricity, she climbed the narrow, steeply pitched stairs that coiled around the elevator shaft and came to the 5th-floor landing, where there were 2 doors, one on the left side of the building and theirs on the right. She unlocked the door and stepped inside. Behind her, she thought she heard the neighbor's door open. When she turned back to say hello to Madame Leclerc, the door clicked quietly shut. Apparently, the nosy old woman was watching the comings and goings in apartment 6B. She entered her apartment and closed the door behind her. Papa? Even though it was midday, the blacked-out windows made it dark inside. Papa? There was no answer. Truthfully, she was relieved. She carried her valise into the salon. The darkness reminded her of another time long ago. The apartment had been shadowy and musty. There had been breathing then, and footsteps creaking on wooden floors. "Hush, Isabelle. No talking. Your maman is with the angels now." She turned on the light switch in the living room. An ornate blown-glass chandelier flickered to life, its sculpted glass branches glittering as if from another world. In the meager light, she looked around the apartment, noticing that several pieces of art were missing from the walls. The room reflected both her mother's unerring sense of style and the collection of antiques from other generations. 2 paned windows, covered now, should have revealed a beautiful view of the Eiffel Tower from the balcony. Isabelle turned off the light. There was no reason to waste precious electricity while she waited. She sat down at the round wooden table beneath the chandelier, its rough surface scarred by 1,000 suppers over the years. Her hand ran lovingly over the banged-up wood. "Let me stay, Papa, please. I'll be no trouble." How old had she been at that time? 11? 12? She wasn't sure. But she'd been dressed in the blue sailor uniform of the convent school. It all felt like a lifetime ago now. And yet here she was again, ready to beg him to love her, let her stay. Later? How much longer? She wasn't sure how long she'd sat here in the dark, remembering the circumstances of her mother, because she had all but forgotten her face in any real way. She heard footsteps and then a key rattling in the lock. She heard the door open and rose to her feet. The door clicked shut. She heard him shuffling through the entry, past the small kitchen. She needed to be strong now, determined, but the courage that was as much a part of her as the green of her eyes had always faded in her father's presence, and it retreated now. "Papa?" she said into the darkness. She knew he hated surprises. She heard him go still. Then a light switch clicked and the chandelier came on. "Isabelle," he said with a sigh. "What are you doing here?" She knew better than to reveal uncertainty to this man who cared so little for her feelings. She had a job to do now. "I have come to live with you in Paris, again," she added as an afterthought. "You left Vianne and Sophie alone with the Nazi?" "They are safer with me gone, believe me. Sooner or later, I would have lost my temper." "Lost your temper? What is wrong with you? You will return to Carriveau tomorrow morning." He walked past her to the wooden sideboard that was tucked against the papered wall. Pouring himself a glass of brandy, he drank it down in 3 large gulps and poured another. When he finished the second drink, he turned to her. "No," she said. The single word galvanized her. Had she ever said it to him before? She said it again for good measure. "No." "Pardon?" "I said no, Papa. I will not bend to your will this time. I will not leave. This is my home. My home." Her voice weakened on that. "Those are the drapes I watched Maman make on her sewing machine. This is the table she inherited from her great-uncle. On the walls of my bedroom you'll find my initials, drawn in Maman's lipstick when she wasn't looking. In my secret room, my fort, I bet all my dolls are still lined up along the walls." "Isabelle." "No. You will not turn me away, Papa. You have done this too many times. You are my father. This is my home. We are at war. I'm staying." She bent down for the valise at her feet and picked it up. In the pale glow of the chandelier, she saw defeat deepen the lines in her father's cheeks. His shoulders slumped. He poured himself another brandy, gulped it greedily. Obviously, he could barely stand to look at her without the aid of alcohol. "There are no parties to attend," he said, "and all your university boys are gone." "This is really what you think of me," she said. Then she changed the subject. "I stopped by the bookshop. "The Nazis," he said in response. "They stormed in one day and pulled out everything by Freud, Mann, Trotsky, Tolstoy, Maurois. All of them they burned, and the music too. I would rather lock the doors than sell only what I am allowed to. So I did just that." "So, how are you making a living? Your poetry?" He laughed. It was a bitter, slurred sound. "This is hardly a time for gentler pursuits." "Then how are you paying for electricity and food?" Something changed in his face. "I've got a good job at the Hôtel de Crillon." "In service?" She could hardly credit him serving beer to German brutes. He glanced away. Isabelle got a sick feeling in her stomach. "For whom do you work, Papa?" "The German High Command in Paris," he said. Isabelle recognized that feeling now. It was shame. "After what they did to you in the Great War?" "Isabelle." "I remember the stories Maman told us about how you'd been before the war and how it had broken you. I used to dream that someday you'd remember that you were a father. But all that was a lie, wasn't it? You're just a coward. The minute the Nazis returned, you raced to aid them." "How dare you judge me and what I've been through? You're 18 years old." 19, she said. "Tell me, Papa, do you get our conquerors coffee or hail them taxis on their way to Maxime's? Do you eat their lunch leftovers?" He seemed to deflate before her eyes. Age. She felt unaccountably regretful for her sharp words, even though they were true and deserved. But she couldn't back down now. "So we are agreed? I will move into my old room and live here. We need barely speak if that is your condition." "There is no food here in the city, Isabelle. Not for us Parisians, anyway. All over town are signs warning us not to eat rats, and these signs are necessary. People are raising guinea pigs for food. You will be more comfortable in the country where there are gardens." "I am not looking for comfort or safety." "What are you looking for in Paris, then?" She realized her mistake. She'd set a trap with her foolish words and stepped right into it. Her father was many things. Stupid was not one of them. "I'm here to meet a friend." "Tell me we are not talking about some boy. Tell me you are smarter than that." "The country was dull, Papa. You know me." He sighed, poured another drink from the bottle. She saw the telltale glaze come into his eyes. Soon, she knew, he would stumble away to be alone with whatever it was he thought about. "If you stay, there will be rules." "Rules?" "You will be home by curfew. Always and without exception. You will leave me my privacy. I can't stomach being hovered over. You will go to the shops each morning and see what our ration cards will get us. And you will find a job." He paused, looked at her, his eyes narrowed. "And if you get yourself in trouble like your sister did, I will throw you out. Period." "I am not—" "I don't care. A job, Isabelle. Find one." He was still talking when she turned on her heel and walked away. She went into her old bedroom and shut the door, hard. She had done it. For once, she'd gotten her way. Who cared that he'd been mean and judgmental? She was here, in her bedroom, in Paris, and staying. The room was smaller than she remembered. Painted a cherry white, with a twin iron canopied bed and a faded old rug on the wooden plank floor, and a Louis XV armchair that had seen better days. The window, blacked out, overlooked the interior courtyard of the apartment building. As a girl, she'd always known when her neighbors were taking out the trash, because she could hear them clanking out there, slamming down lids. She tossed her valise on the bed and began to unpack. The clothes she'd taken on Exodus and returned to Paris with were shabbier for the constant wear and hardly worth hanging in the armoire along with the clothes she'd inherited from her maman. Beautiful, vintage flapper dresses with flared skirts, silk-fringed evening gowns, woolen suits that had been cut down to fit her, and crepe day dresses. An array of matching hats, and shoes made for dancing on ballroom floors or walking through the Rodin gardens with the right boy on one's arm. Clothes for a world that had vanished. There were no more right boys in Paris. There were practically no boys at all. They were all captive in camps in Germany or hiding out somewhere. When her clothes were returned to hangers in the armoire, she closed the mahogany doors and pushed the armoire sideways just enough to reveal the secret door behind it. Her fort. She bent down and opened the door set into the white paneled wall by pushing on the top right corner. It sprang free, creaked open, revealing a storage room about 6 feet by 6 feet, with a roof so slanted that even as a 10-year-old girl, she'd had to hunch over to stand in it. Sure enough, her dolls were still in there, some slumped and others standing tall. Isabelle closed the door on her memories and moved the armoire back in place. She undressed quickly and slipped into a pink silk dressing gown that reminded her of her maman. It still smelled vaguely of rose water, or she pretended it did. As she headed out of the room to brush her teeth, she paused at her father's closed door. She could hear him writing, his fountain pen scratched on rough paper. Every now and then he cursed and then fell silent. That was when he was drinking, no doubt. Then came the thunk of a bottle, or a fist, on the table. Isabelle readied for bed, setting her hair in curlers and washing her face and brushing her teeth. On her way back to bed, she heard her father curse again, louder this time, maybe drinking, and she ducked into her bedroom and slammed the door behind her. "I can't stomach being hovered over." Apparently what this really meant was that her father couldn't stand to be in the same room with her. Funny that she hadn't noticed it last year, when she'd lived with him for those weeks between her expulsion from the finishing school and her exile to the country. True, they'd never sat down to a meal together then, or had a conversation meaningful enough to remember. But somehow she hadn't noticed. They'd been together in the bookshop, working side by side. Had she been so pathetically grateful for his presence that his silence escaped her notice? Well, she noticed it now. He pounded on her bedroom door so hard she released a little yelp of surprise. "I'm leaving for work," her father said through the door. "The ration cards are on the counter. I left you 100 francs. Get what you can." She heard his footsteps echo down the wooden hall, heavy enough to rattle the walls. Then the door slammed shut. "Goodbye to you too," Isabelle mumbled, stung by the tone of his voice. Then she remembered. Today was the day. She threw the coverlet back and climbed out of bed and dressed without bothering to turn on the light. She had already planned her outfit. A drab gray dress and black beret, white gloves, and her last pair of black slingback pumps. Sadly, she had no stockings. She studied herself in the salon mirror, trying to be critical, but all she saw was an ordinary girl in a dull dress, carrying a black handbag. She opened her handbag, again, and stared down at the silk, hammock-like lined interior. She had slit a tiny opening in the lining and slipped the thick envelope inside of it. Upon opening the handbag, it looked empty. Even if she did get stopped, which she wouldn't, why would she? A 19-year-old girl dressed for lunch? They would see nothing in her handbag except her papers, her ration coupons, and her carte d'identité, certificat de domicile, and her Ausweis. Exactly what should be there. At 10 o'clock, she left the apartment. Outside, beneath a bright, hot sun, she climbed aboard her blue bicycle and pedaled toward the quay. When she reached the Rue de Rivoli, black cars and green military lorries with fuel tanks strapped onto their sides and men on horseback filled the street. There were Parisians about, walking on the sidewalks, pedaling down the few streets upon which they were allowed to ride, queuing for food in lines that extended down the block. They were noticeable by the look of defeat on their faces and the way they hurried past the Germans without making eye contact. At Maxime's restaurant, beneath the famous red awning, she saw a cluster of high-ranking Nazis waiting to get inside. The rumor was rampant that all of the country's best meats and produce went straight to Maxime's to be served to the high command. And then she spotted it. The iron bench near the entrance to the Comédie Française. Isabelle hit the brakes on her bicycle and came to a bumpy, sudden stop, then stepped off the pedal with one foot. Her ankle gave a little twist when she put her weight on it. For the first time, her excitement turned a little sharp with fear. Her handbag felt heavy suddenly, noticeably so. Sweat collected in her palms and along the rim of her felt hat. Snap out of it! She was a courrier, not a frightened schoolgirl. What risk there was, she accepted. While she stood there, a woman approached the bench and sat down with her back to Isabelle. A woman. She hadn't expected her contact to be a woman, but that was strangely comforting. She took a deep, calming breath and walked her bicycle across the busy crosswalk and past the kiosks, with their scarves and trinkets for sale. When she was directly beside the woman on the bench, she said what she'd been told to say. "Do you think I'll need an umbrella today?" "I expect it to remain sunny." The woman turned. She had dark hair, which she'd coiled away from her face with care, and bold, Eastern European features. She was older, maybe 30, but the look in her eyes was even older. Isabelle started to open her handbag when the woman said, "No," sharply. Then, "Follow me," she said, rising quickly. Isabelle remained behind the woman as she made her way across the wide, gravelly expanse of the Cour Napoléon, with the mammoth elegance of the Louvre rising majestically around them. Although it didn't feel like a place that had once been a palace of emperors and kings, not with swastika flags everywhere and German soldiers sitting on the benches in the Tuileries garden. On a side street, the woman ducked into a small cafe. Isabelle locked her bicycle to a tree out front and followed her inside, taking a seat across from her. "You have the envelope?" Isabelle nodded. In her lap, she opened her handbag and withdrew the envelope, which she handed to the woman beneath the table. A pair of German officers walked into the bistro, took a table not far away. The woman leaned over and straightened Isabelle's hat. It was a strangely intimate gesture, as if they were sisters or best friends. Leaning close, the woman whispered in her ear, "Have you heard of Les Collabos?" "No." "Collaborators, French men and women who are working with the Germans. They are not only in Vichy. Be aware always. These collaborators love to report us to the Gestapo, and once they know your name, the Gestapo are always watching. Trust no one." She nodded. The woman drew back and looked at her. "Not even your father." "How do you know about my father?" "We want to meet you." "You just have." "Oui," she said quietly. "Stand at the corner of Boulevard Saint-Germain and Rue de Saint-Simon tomorrow at noon. Do not be late. Do not bring your bicycle, and do not be followed." Isabelle was surprised by how quickly the woman got to her feet. In an instant she was gone, and Isabelle was at the cafe table alone, under the watchful eye of the German soldier at the other table. She forced herself to order a café au lait, although she knew there would be no milk and the coffee would be chicory. Finishing it quickly, she exited the cafe. At the corner, she saw a sign pasted to the window that warned of executions in retaliation for infractions. Beside it, in the cinema window, was a yellow poster that read, "Interdit aux Juifs. No Jews allowed." As she unlocked her bicycle, the German soldier appeared beside her. She bumped into him. He asked solicitously if she was all right. Her answer was an actress's smile and a nod. Mais oui, merci. She smoothed her dress and clamped her purse in her armpit and climbed onto the bicycle. She pedaled away from the soldier without looking back. She had done it. She'd gotten an Ausweis and come to Paris and forced her papa to let her stay. And she had delivered her first secret message for the Free French. Chapter 16. Vianne had to admit that life at Le Jardin was easier without Isabelle. No more outbursts, no more veiled comments made just within Captain Beck's earshot. No more pushing Vianne to wage useless battles in a war already lost. Still, sometimes without Isabelle, the house was too quiet, and in the silence, Vianne found herself thinking too loudly. Like now. She'd been awake for hours, just staring at her own bedroom ceiling, waiting for the dawn. Finally, she got out of bed and went downstairs. She poured herself a cup of bitter-made-from-acorns coffee and took it out into the backyard, where she sat on the chair that had been Antoine's favorite, beneath the sprawling branches of the yew tree, listening to the chickens scratching lethargically through the dirt. Her money was all but gone. They would now have to live on her meager teaching salary. How was she to do it? And alone. She finished her coffee, as terrible as it was. Carrying the empty cup back into the shadowy, already warming house, she saw the door to Captain Beck's bedroom was open. He had left for the day while she was out back. Good. She woke Sophie, listened to the story of her latest dream, and made her a breakfast of dry toast and peach jam. Then the two of them headed for town. Vianne rushed Sophie as much as possible, but Sophie was in a foul mood and complained and dragged her feet. Thus, it was late afternoon by the time they reached the butcher's shop. There was a queue that snaked out the door and down the street. Vianne took her place at the end and glanced nervously at the Germans in the square. The queue shuffled forward. At the display window, Vianne noticed a new propaganda poster that showed a smiling German soldier offering bread to a group of French children. Beside it was a new sign that read, "No Jews allowed." "What does that mean, Maman?" Sophie said, pointing to the sign. "Hush, Sophie," Vianne said sharply. "We have talked about this. Some things are no longer spoken of." "But Father Joseph says—" "Hush," Vianne said impatiently, giving Sophie's hand a tug for emphasis. The queue moved forward. Vianne stepped to the front and found herself staring at a gray-haired woman with skin the color and texture of oatmeal. Vianne frowned. "Where is Madame Fournier?" she asked, offering her ration ticket for today's meat. She hoped there was still some to be had. "No Jews allowed," the woman said. "We have a little smoked pigeon left." "But this is the Fournier shop." "Not anymore. It's mine now. You want the pigeon or not?" Vianne took the small tin of smoked pigeon and dropped it in her willow basket. Saying nothing, she led Sophie outside. On the opposite corner, a German sentry stood guard in front of the bank, reminding the French people that the bank had been seized by the Germans. "Maman," Sophie whined, "it's wrong to—" "Hush!" Vianne grabbed Sophie's hand. As they walked out of town and along the dirt road home, Sophie made her displeasure known. She huffed and sighed and grumbled. Vianne ignored her. When they reached the broken gate to Le Jardin, Sophie yanked free and spun to face Vianne. "How can they just take the butcher's shop? Aunt Isabelle would do something. You're just afraid." "And what should I do? Storm into the square and demand that Madame Fournier get her shop back? And what would they do to me for that? You've seen the posters in town." She lowered her voice. "They're executing French people, Sophie. Executing them." "But—" No buts. These are dangerous times, Sophie. You need to understand that. Sophie's eyes glazed with tears. I wish Papa were here. Vianne pulled her daughter into her arms and held her tightly. Me too. They held each other for a long time and then slowly separated. We are going to make pickles today. How about that? Oh, fun. Vianne couldn't disagree. Why don't you go pick cucumbers? I'll get the vinegar started. Vianne watched her daughter run ahead, dodging through the heavily laden apple trees toward the garden. The moment she disappeared, Vianne's worry returned. What would she do without money? The garden was producing well, so there would be fruit and vegetables, but what about the coming winter? How could Sophie stay healthy without meat or milk or cheese? How would they get new shoes? She was shaking as she made her way into the hot, blacked-out house. In the kitchen, she clutched the counter's edge and bowed her head. Madame? She turned so fast she almost tripped over her own feet. He was in the living room, sitting on the divan, with an oil lamp lit beside him, reading a book. Captain Beck, she said his name quietly. She moved toward him, her shaking hands clasped together. Your motorcycle is not out front. It was such a beautiful day. I decided to walk from town. He rose. She saw that he had recently had a haircut, and that he'd nicked himself shaving this morning. A tiny red cut marred his pale cheek. You look upset. Perhaps it is because you have not been sleeping well since your sister left. She looked at him in surprise. I hear you walking around in the dark. You're awake too, she said stupidly. I often cannot sleep either. I think of my 5 and children. My son is so young. I wonder if he will know me at all. I think the same about Antoine, she said, surprising herself with the admission. She knew she shouldn't be so open with this man, the enemy, but just now she was too tired and scared to be strong. Beck stared down at her, and in his eyes she saw the loss they shared. Both of them were a long way from the people they loved, and lonelier for it. Well, I mean not to intrude on your day, of course, but I have some news for you. With much research, I have discovered that your husband is in an Oflag in Germany. A friend of mine is a guard there. Your husband is an officer. Did you know this? No doubt he was valiant on the battlefield. You found Antoine? He's alive? He held out a crumpled, stained envelope. Here is a letter he has written to you, and now you may send him care packages, which I believe would cheer him most immeasurably. Oh, my! She felt her legs weaken. He grasped her, steadied her, and led her over to the divan. As she slumped to the seat, she felt tears welling in her eyes. Such a kind thing to do, she whispered, taking the letter from him, pressing it to her chest. My friend delivered the letter to me. From now on, my apologies. You will correspond on the postcards only. He smiled at her, and she had the strangest feeling that he knew about the lengthy letter she concocted in her head at night. Merci, she said, wishing it weren't such a small word. Au revoir, madame, he said, then turned on his heel and left her alone. The crumpled, dirty letter shook in her grasp. The letters of her name blurred and danced as she opened it. Vianne, my beloved. First, do not worry about me. I am safe and fed well enough. I am unhurt, truly. No bullet holes in me. In the barracks, I have been lucky enough to claim an upper bunk, and it gives me some privacy in a place of too many men. Through a small window, I can see the moon at night and the spires of Nuremberg. But it is the moon that makes me think of you. Our food is enough to sustain us. I have grown used to pellets of flour and small pieces of potato. When I get home, I look forward to your cooking. I dream of it, and you and Sophie all the time. Please, my beloved, don't fret. Just stay strong and be there for me when the time comes for me to leave this cage. You are my sunlight in the dark and the ground beneath my feet. Because of you I can survive. I hope that you can find strength in me too, V. That because of me, you will find a way to be strong. Hold my daughter tightly tonight and tell her that somewhere far away, her papa is thinking of her. And tell her I will return. I love you, Vianne. P.S. The Red Cross is delivering packages. If you could send me my hunting gloves, I would be very happy. The winters here are cold. Vianne finished the letter and immediately began reading it again. Exactly a week after her arrival in Paris, Isabelle was to meet the others who shared her passion for a free France, and she was nervous as she walked among the sallow-faced Parisians and well-fed Germans toward an unknown destination. She had dressed carefully this morning in a fitted blue rayon dress with a black belt. She'd set her hair carefully last night and combed it out into precise waves this morning, pinning it back from her face. She wore no makeup. An old convent school blue beret and white gloves completed the outfit. I am an actress, and this is a role, she thought as she walked down the street. I am a schoolgirl in love, sneaking out to meet a boy. That was the story she'd decided on and dressed for. She was sure that, if questioned, she could make a German believe her. With all of the barricaded streets, it took her longer than expected to arrive at her destination. But finally, she ducked around a barricade and moved onto the Boulevard Saint-Germain. She stood beneath a street lamp. Behind her, traffic moved slowly up the boulevard. Horns honking, motors grumbling, horse hooves clomping, bicycle bells ringing. Even with all that noise, this once lively street felt stripped of its life and color. A police wagon pulled up alongside of her, and a gendarme stepped out of the vehicle, his cloak folded over his shoulders. He was carrying a white stick. Do you think I'll need an umbrella today? Isabelle jumped, made a little sound. She'd been so focused on the policeman, he was crossing the street now, heading toward a woman coming out of a cafe, that she'd forgotten her mission. I expect it to remain sunny, she said. The man clutched her upper arm. There was no other word for it, really. He had a tight grip. And led her down the suddenly empty street. It was funny how one police wagon could make Parisians disappear. No one stuck around for an arrest, neither to witness it nor to help. Isabelle tried to see the man beside her, but they were moving too fast. She glimpsed his boots, slashing quickly across the sidewalk beneath them. Old leather, torn laces, a hole emerging from scuff marks at the left toe. Close your eyes, he said as they crossed the street. Why? Do it. She was not one to follow orders blindly, a quip she might have made under other circumstances, but she wanted so badly to be a part of this that she did as instructed. She closed her eyes and stumbled along beside him, almost tripping over her own feet more than once. At last they came to a stop. She heard him knock 4 times on a door. Then there were footsteps, and she heard the whoosh of a door opening, and the acrid smell of cigarette smoke wafted across her face. It occurred to her now, just this instant, that she could be in danger. The man pulled her inside, and the door slammed shut behind them. Isabelle opened her eyes, even though she had not been told to do so. Best that she show her mettle now. The room didn't come into focus instantly. It was dark, the air thick with cigarette smoke. All of the windows were blacked out. The only light came from 2 oil lamps, sputtering valiantly against the shadows and smoke. 3 men sat at a wooden table that bore an overflowing ashtray. 2 were young, wearing patched coats and ragged pants. Between them sat a pencil-thin old man with a waxed gray mustache whom she recognized. Standing at the back wall was the woman who had been Isabelle's contact. She was dressed all in black, like a widow, and was smoking a cigarette. "Monsieur Lévy?" she asked the older man. "Is that you?" He pulled the tattered beret from his shiny, bald head and held it in clasped hands. "Isabelle Rossignol. You know this woman?" one of the men asked. "I was a regular patron of her father's bookshop," Lévy said. "Last I heard, she was impulsive, undisciplined, and charming. How many schools expelled you, Isabelle?" "One too many, my father would say. But what good is knowing where to seat an ambassador's second son at a dinner party these days?" Isabelle said. "I am still charming." "And still outspoken. A rash head and thoughtless words could get everyone in this room killed," he said carefully. Isabelle understood her mistake instantly. She nodded. "You are very young," the woman in the back said, exhaling smoke. "Not any more," Isabelle said. "I dressed to look younger today. I think it is an asset. Who would suspect a 19-year-old girl of anything illegal? And you, of all people, should know that a woman can do anything a man can do." Monsieur Lévy sat back in his chair and studied her. "A friend recommends you highly." "Henri. He tells us you have been distributing our tracts for months, and Anouk says you were quite steady yesterday." Isabelle glanced at the woman, Anouk, who nodded in response. "I will do anything to help our cause," Isabelle said. Her chest felt tight with anticipation. It had never occurred to her that she could come all this way and be denied entrance to this network of people whose cause was her own. At last, Monsieur Lévy said, "You will need false papers. A new identity. We will get that for you, but it will take some time." Isabelle drew in a sharp breath. She had been accepted. A sense of destiny seemed to fill the room. She would do something that mattered now. She knew it. "For now, the Nazis are so arrogant, they do not believe that any kind of resistance can succeed against them," Lévy said. "But they will see. They will see. And then the danger to all of us will increase. You must tell no one of your association with us, no one. And that includes your family. It is for their safety and your own." It would be easy for Isabelle to hide her activities. No one cared particularly where she went or what she did. "Oui," she said. "So, what do I do?" Anouk pulled away from the wall and crossed the room, stepping over the stack of terrorist papers that were on the floor. Isabelle couldn't see the headline clearly. It was something about the RAF bombing of Hamburg and Berlin. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small package about the size of a deck of cards, wrapped in crinkled tan-colored paper and tied up with twine. "You will deliver this to the Tabac in the old quarter in Amboise, the one directly below the chateau. It must arrive no later than tomorrow, 4 p.m. She handed Isabelle the package and 1/2 of a torn 5-franc note. "Offer him the note. If he shows you another half, give him the package. Leave then. Do not look back. Do not speak to him." As she took the package and the note, she heard a sharp, short knock on the door behind her. An instant tension tightened the air in the room. Glances were exchanged. Isabelle was reminded keenly that this was dangerous work. It could be a policeman on the other side of the door, or a Nazi. 3 knocks followed. Monsieur Lévy nodded evenly. The door opened, and in walked a fat man with an egg-shaped head and an age-spotted face. "I found him wandering around," the old man said as he stepped aside to reveal an RAF pilot still in his flight suit. "Mon Dieu," Isabelle whispered. Anouk nodded glumly. "They are everywhere," Anouk said under her breath. "Falling from the skies. She smiled tightly at the joke. Evaders, escapees from German prisons, downed airmen. Isabelle stared at the airmen. Everyone knew the penalty for helping British airmen. It was announced on billboards all over town: imprisonment or death. "Get him some clothes," Levy said. The old man turned to the airman and began speaking. Clearly the airman didn't speak French. "They are going to get you some clothes," Isabelle said. The room fell silent. She felt everyone looking at her. "You speak English?" Anouk said quietly. "Passably. 2 years in a Swiss finishing school." Another silence fell. Then Levy said, "Tell the pilot we will put him in hiding until we can find a way out of France for him." "You can do that?" Isabelle said. "Not at present," Anouk said. "Don't tell him that, of course. Just tell him we are on his side and he is safe, relatively, and he is to do as he is told." Isabelle went to the airman. As she neared him, she saw the scratches on his face and the way something had torn the sleeve of his flight suit. She was pretty sure dried blood darkened his hairline, and she thought, he dropped bombs on Germany. "Not all of us are passive," she said to the young man. "You speak English," he said. "Thank God. My aeroplane crashed 4 days ago. I've been crouching in dark corners ever since. I didn't know where to go till this man grabbed me and dragged me here. You will help me?" She nodded. "How? Can you get me back home?" "I don't have the answers. Just do as they tell you. And monsieur?" "Yes, Mum?" "They are risking their lives to help you. You understand that?" He nodded. Isabelle turned to face her new colleagues. "He understands and will do as you ask." "Merci, Isabelle," Levy said. "Where do we contact you after your return from Amboise?" The moment she heard the question, Isabelle had an answer that surprised her. "The bookshop," she said firmly. "I'm going to reopen it." Levy gave her a look. "What will your father say about that? I thought he closed it when the Nazis told him what to sell." "My father works for the Nazis," she said bitterly. "His opinions don't account for much. He asked me to get a job. This will be my job. I will be accessible to all of you at any time. It is the perfect solution." "It is," Levy said, although it sounded as if he didn't agree. "Very well, then. Anouk will bring you new papers as soon as we can get a carte d'identité made. We will need a photograph of you." His gaze narrowed. "And Isabelle, allow me to be an old man for a moment and to remind a young girl who is used to being impulsive that there can be none of that anymore. You know I am friends with your father, or I was until he showed his true colors, and I have heard stories about you for years. It is time for you to grow up and do as you are told. Always, without exception. It is for your safety as much as ours." It embarrassed Isabelle that he felt the need to say this to her, and in front of everyone. "Of course. And if you get caught," Anouk said, "it will be as a woman. You understand? They have special unpleasantries for us." Isabelle swallowed hard. She had thought, briefly, of imprisonment and execution. This was something she had never even considered. Of course she should have. "What we all demand of each other, or hope for at any rate, is 2 days." 2 days? "If you are captured and questioned, try to say nothing for 2 days. That gives us time to disappear." 2 days, Isabelle said. "That's not so long." "You are so young," Anouk said, frowning. In the past 6 days, Isabelle had left Paris 4 times. She'd delivered packages in Amboise, Blois, and Lyon. She'd spent more time in train stations than in her father's apartment, an arrangement that suited them both. As long as she stood in food queues during the day and returned home before the curfew, her father didn't care what she did. Now, though, she was back in Paris and ready to move forward with the next phase of her plan.
"You are not reopening the bookshop."
Isabelle stared at her father. He stood near the blacked-out window. In the pale light, the apartment looked shabbily grand, decorated as it was with ornate antiques collected over the generations. Good paintings in heavy gilt frames graced the walls. Some were missing, and black shadows hung on the wall in their place. Probably Papa had sold them. And if the blackout shades could be lifted, a breathtaking view of the Eiffel Tower lay just beyond their balcony. "You told me to get a job," she said stubbornly. The paper-wrapped package in her handbag gave her a new strength with her father. Besides, he was already half drunk. In no time, he'd be sprawled in the bergère in the salon, whimpering in his sleep. When she was a girl, those sad sounds he made in his sleep had made her long to comfort him. No more.
"I meant a paid job,"
he said dryly. He poured himself another snifter of brandy. "Why don't you just use a soup bowl?" she said. He ignored that.
"I won't have it. That's all. You will not open the bookshop."
"I have already done it. Today. I was there cleaning all afternoon." He seemed to go still, his bushy gray eyebrows raised into his lined brow.
"You cleaned?"
"I cleaned," she said. "I know it surprises you, Papa, but I am not 12 years old." She moved toward him. "I am doing this, Papa. I have decided. It will allow me time to queue up for food and a chance to make some small bit of money. The Germans will buy books from me. I promise you that."
"You'll flirt with them?"
he said. She felt the sting of his judgment. "Says the man who works for them?" He stared at her. She stared at him.
"Fine,"
he said at last.
"You'll do what you will. But the storeroom in back, that's mine. Mine, Isabelle. I will lock it up and take the key, and you will respect my wishes by staying out of that room."
"Why?"
"It doesn't matter why."
"Do you have assignations with women there? On the sofa?" He shook his head.
"You are a foolish girl. Thank God your maman did not live to see who you have become."
Isabelle hated how deeply that hurt her. "Or you, Papa," she said. "Or you." Chapter 17. In mid-June of 1941, on the second to the last school day of the term, Vianne was at the blackboard, conjugating a verb, when she heard the now familiar put-put-put of a German motorcycle.
"Soldiers again,"
Gilles Fournier said bitterly. The boy was always angry lately, and who could blame him? The Nazis had seized his family's butcher shop and given it to a collaborator. "Stay here," she said to her students, and went out into the hallway. In walked two men, a Gestapo officer in a long black coat and the local gendarme, Paul, who had gained weight since his collaboration with the Nazis. His stomach strained at his belt. How many times had she seen him strolling down Rue Victor Hugo, carrying more food than his family could eat, while she stood in a lengthy queue, clutching a ration card that would provide too little. Vianne moved toward them, her hands clasped tightly at her waist. She felt self-conscious in her threadbare dress, with its frayed collar and cuffs, and although she had carefully drawn a brown seam line up the back of her bare calves, it was obvious that it was a ruse. She had no stockings on, and that made her feel strangely vulnerable to these men. On either side of the hallway, classroom doors opened, and teachers stepped out to see what the officers wanted. They made eye contact with one another, but no one spoke.
The Gestapo agent walked determinedly toward Monsieur Paretsky's classroom at the end of the building. Fat Paul struggled to keep up, huffing along behind him. Moments later, Monsieur Paretsky was dragged out of his classroom by the French policeman. Vianne frowned as they passed her. Old man Paretsky, who had taught her sums a lifetime ago and whose wife tended to the school's flowers, gave her a terrified look. "Paul?" Vianne said sharply. "What is happening?" The policeman stopped. "He is accused of something." "I did nothing wrong," Paretsky cried, trying to pull free of Paul's grasp. The Gestapo agent noticed the commotion and perked up. He came at Vianne fast, heels clicking on the floor. She felt a shiver of fear at the glint in his eyes. "Madam, what is your reason for stopping us?"
He's a friend of mine."
"Really?" he said, drawing length from the word, making it a question. "So you know that he is distributing anti-German propaganda?"
"It's a newspaper," Paretsky said. "I'm just telling the French people the truth. Vianne, tell them."
Vianne felt attention turn to her. "Your name?" the Gestapo demanded, opening a notebook and taking out a pencil. She wet her lips nervously.
"Vianne Mauriac."
He wrote it down. "And you work with Monsieur Paretsky distributing flyers?"
"No!" she cried out. "He is a teaching colleague, sir. I know nothing about anything else."
The Gestapo closed the notebook. "Has no one told you that it is best to ask no questions?"
"I didn't mean to,"
she said, her throat dry. He gave a slow smile. It frightened her, disarmed her, that smile. Enough so that it took her a minute to register his next words. "You are terminated, madame." Her heart seemed to stop.
Excuse me?"
"I speak of your employment as a teacher. You are terminated. Go home, madame, and do not return. These students do not need an example such as you." At the end of the day, Vianne walked home with her daughter and even remembered now and then to answer one of Sophie's non-stop questions, but all the while she was thinking, what now? What now? The stalls and shops were closed this time of day, their bins and cases empty. There were signs everywhere saying, "No eggs, no butter, no oil, no lemons, no shoes, no thread, no paper bags." She had been frugal with the money Antoine left for her. More than frugal, miserly, even though it had seemed like so much money in the beginning. She had used it for necessities only: wood, electricity, gas, food. But still it was gone. How would she and Sophie survive without her salary from teaching? At home, she moved in a daze. She made a pot of cabbage soup and loaded it up with shredded carrots that were soft as noodles. As soon as the meal was finished, she did laundry, and when it was hanging out on the line, she darned socks until night fell. Too early, she shuffled a whiny, complaining Sophie off to bed. Alone, and feeling it like a knife pressed to her throat, she sat down at the dining table with an official postcard and a fountain pen. "Dearest Antoine, we are out of money, and I have lost my job. What am I to do? Winter is only months away." She lifted the pen from the paper. The blue word seemed to expand against the white paper. Out of money. What kind of woman was she to even think of sending a letter like this to her prisoner-of-war husband? She balled up the postcard and threw it into the cold, soot-caked fireplace, where it lay all alone, a white ball on a bed of gray ash. No, it couldn't be in the house. What if Sophie found it, read it? She retrieved it from the ashes and carried it out to the backyard, where she threw it into the pergola. The chickens would trample and peck it to death.
Outside, she sat down in Antoine's favorite chair, feeling dazed by the suddenness of her changed circumstances and this new and terrible fear. If only she could do it all over again. She'd spend even less money. She'd go without more. She'd let them take Monsieur Paretsky without a word. Behind her, the door creaked open and clicked shut. Footsteps, breathing. She should get up and leave, but she was too tired to move. Beck came up behind her. "Would you care for a glass of wine? It's a Chateau Margaux, 28. A very good year, apparently." Wine. She wanted to say yes. Please. Perhaps she'd never needed a glass more. But she couldn't do it. Neither could she say no, so she said nothing. She heard the thunk of a cork being freed, and then the gurgle of wine being poured. He set a full glass on the table beside her. The sweet, rich scent was intoxicating. He poured himself a glass and sat down in the chair beside her. "I am leaving," he said after a long silence. She turned to him. "Do not look so eager. It is only for a while, a few weeks. I have not been home in 2 years." He took a drink. "My wife may be sitting in our garden right now, wondering who will return to her. I am not the man who left, alas. I have seen things." He paused. "This war, it is not as I expected. And things change in an absence this long, do you not agree?" "Oui," she said. She had often thought the same thing. In the silence between them, she heard a frog croak and the leaves fluttering in a jasmine-scented breeze above their heads. A nightingale sang a sad and lonely song. "You do not seem yourself, madame," he said. "If you do not mind me saying so." "I was fired from my teaching position today." It was the first time she'd said the words aloud, and they caused hot tears to glaze her eyes. "I drew attention to myself." "A dangerous thing to do." "The money my husband left is gone. I am unemployed, and winter will soon be upon us. How am I to survive? To feed Sophie and keep her warm?" She turned to look at him. Their gazes came together. She wanted to look away, but couldn't. He placed the wine glass in her hand, forced her fingers to coil around it. His touch felt hot against her cold hands, made her shiver. She remembered his office suddenly, and all that food stacked within it. "It is just fine," he said again. And the scent of it, the black cherries and dark rich earth, and a hint of lavender, wafted up to her nose, reminding her of the life she'd had before, the nights she and Antoine had sat out here drinking wine. She took a sip and gasped. She'd forgotten this simple pleasure. "You are beautiful, madame," he said, his voice as sweet and rich as the wine. "Perhaps it has been too long since you heard that." Vianne got to her feet so fast she knocked into the table and spilled the wine. "You should not say such things, Herr Captain." "No," he said, rising to his feet. He stood in front of her, his breath scented by red wine and spearmint gum. "I should not." "Please," she said, unable to even finish the sentence. "Your daughter will not starve this winter, madame," he said, softly, as if it were their secret accord. "That is one thing you can be sure of." God help Vianne, it relieved her. She mumbled something, she wasn't even sure what, and went back into the house, where she climbed into bed with Sophie, but it was a long time before she slept. The bookshop had once been a gathering place for poets and writers and novelists and academics. Isabelle's best childhood memories took place in these musty rooms. While Papa had worked in the back room on his printing press,
Maman had read Isabelle stories and fables and made up plays for them to act out. They had been happy here for a time, before Maman took sick and Papa started drinking. "There's my Is. Come sit on Papa's lap while I write your Maman a poem." Or maybe she had imagined that memory, constructed it from the threads of her own need, and wrapped it tightly around her shoulders. She didn't know anymore. Now it was Germans who crowded into the shadowy nooks and crannies. In the 6 weeks since Isabelle had reopened the shop, word had apparently spread among the soldiers that a pretty French girl could be found often at the shop's counter. They arrived in a stream, dressed in their spotless uniforms, their voices loud as they jostled one another. Isabelle flirted with them mercilessly, but made sure never to leave the shop until it was empty. And she always left by the back door, wearing a charcoal cloak with the hood drawn up, even in the heat of summer. The soldiers might be jovial and smiling, boys really, who talked of pretty Fräuleins back home and bought French classics by acceptable authors for their families, but she never forgot that they were the enemy. "Mademoiselle, you are so beautiful, and you are ignoring us. How will we survive?" A young German officer reached for her. She laughed prettily and pirouetted out of his reach. "Now, monsieur, you know I can show no favorites." She sidled into place behind the sales counter. "I see you are holding a book of poetry. Certainly you have a girl back home who would love to receive such a thoughtful gift from you." His friends shoved him forward, all of them talking at once. Isabelle was taking his money when the bell above the front door tinkled gaily. Isabelle looked up, expecting to see more German soldiers, but it was Anouk. She was dressed as usual, more for her temperament than the season, in all black. A fitted V-neck black sweater and straight skirt with a black beret and gloves. A Gauloise cigarette hung from her bright red lips, unlit. She paused in the open doorway, with a rectangle of the empty alley behind her, a flash of red geraniums and greenery. At the bell, the Germans turned. Anouk let the door shut behind her. She casually lit her cigarette and inhaled deeply. With half of the store length between them and 3 German soldiers milling about, Isabelle's gaze caught Anouk's. In the weeks that Isabelle had been a courrier, she'd gone to Blois, Lyon, and Marseille, to Amboise and Nice, not to mention at least a dozen drops in Paris recently, all under her new name, Juliette Gervais, using false papers that Anouk had slipped her one day in a bistro, right under the Germans' noses. Anouk had been her most frequent contact, and even with their age difference, which had to be at least a decade, maybe more, they had become friends in the way of women who live parallel lives, wordlessly, but no less real for its silence. Isabelle had learned to see past Anouk's dour expression and flat mouth, to ignore her taciturn demeanor. Behind all that, Isabelle thought there was sadness, a lot of it, and anger. Anouk walked forward with a regal, disdainful air that cut a man down to size before he even spoke. The Germans fell silent, watching her, moving sideways to let her pass. Isabelle heard one of them say, "Mannish," and another, "Widow." Anouk seemed not to notice them at all. At the counter, she stopped and took a long drag on her cigarette. The smoke blurred her face, and for a moment, only her cherry-red lips were noticeable. She reached down for her handbag and withdrew a small brown book. The author's name, Baudelaire, was etched into the leather, and although the surface was so scratched and worn and discolored, the title was impossible to read. Isabelle knew the volume, Les Fleurs du Mal, The Flowers of Evil. It was the book they used to signal a meeting. "I am looking for something else by this author," Anouk said, exhaling smoke. "I am sorry, madame, I have no more Baudelaire. Some Verlaine, perhaps, or Rimbaud?" "Nothing, then." Anouk turned and left the bookshop. It wasn't until the bell tinkled that her spell broke
and the soldiers began speaking again. When no one was looking, Isabelle palmed the small volume of poetry. Inside of it was a message for her to deliver, along with the time it was to be delivered. The place was as usual, the bench in front of the Comédie Française. The message was hidden beneath the end papers, which had been lifted and re-glued dozens of times. Isabelle watched the clock, willing the time to advance. She had her next assignment. At precisely 6 p.m., she herded the soldiers out of the bookshop and closed up for the night. Outside, she found the chef and owner of the bistro next door, Monsieur Despardes, smoking a cigarette. The poor man looked as tired as she felt. She wondered sometimes, when she saw him sweating over the fryer or shucking oysters, how he felt about feeding Germans. "Bonsoir, monsieur," she said. "Bonsoir, mademoiselle." "Long day?" she commiserated. "Oui." She handed him a small used copy of Fables for his children. "For Jacques and Gigi," she said with a smile. "One moment." He rushed into the cafe and returned with a small, grease-stained sack. "Frites," he said. Isabelle was absurdly grateful. These days she not only ate the enemy's leftovers, she was thankful for them. "Merci." Leaving her bicycle in the shop, she decided to ignore the crowded, depressingly silent metro and walk home, enjoying the greasy, salty frites on her way. Everywhere she looked, Germans were pouring into cafes and bistros and restaurants, while the ashen-faced Parisians hurried to be home before curfew. Twice along the way, she had a niggling sense that she was being followed, but when she turned, there was no one behind her. She wasn't sure what brought her to a halt on the corner near the park, but all at once, she knew that something was wrong. Out of place. In front of her, the street was full of Nazi vehicles honking at one another. Somewhere someone screamed. Isabelle felt the hairs on the back of her neck raise. She glanced back quickly, but no one was behind her. Lately she often felt as if she were being followed. It was her nerves working overtime. The golden dome of the Invalides shone in the fading rays of the sun. Her heart started pounding. Fear made her perspire. The musky, sour scent of it mingled with the greasy odor of frites, and for a moment her stomach tilted uncomfortably. Everything was fine. No one was following her. She was being foolish. She turned onto Rue de Grenelle. Something caught her eye, made her stop. Up ahead, she saw a shadow where there shouldn't be a shadow. Movement where it should be still. Frowning, she crossed the street, picking her way through the slow-moving traffic. On the other side, she moved briskly past the clot of Germans drinking wine in the bistro toward an apartment building on the next corner. There, hidden in the dense shrubbery beside an ornate set of glossy black doors, she saw a man crouched down behind a tree in a huge copper urn. She opened the gate and stepped into the yard. She heard the man scramble backward, his boots crunching on the stones beneath him. Then he stilled. Isabelle could hear the Germans laughing at the cafe down the street, yelling out, "Six, s'il vous plaît," to the poor, overworked waitress. It was the supper hour, the 1 hour of the day when all the enemy cared about was entertainment and stuffing their stomachs with food and wine that belonged to the French. She crept over to the potted lemon tree. The man was squatted down, trying to make himself as small as possible. Dirt smeared his face, and one eye was swollen shut, but there was no mistaking him for a Frenchman. He was wearing a British flight suit. "Mon Dieu," she muttered. "Anglais?" He said nothing. "RAF?" she asked in English. His eyes widened. She could see him trying to decide whether to trust her. Very slowly, he nodded. "How long have you been hiding here?" After a long moment, he said, "All day." "You'll get caught," she said. Sooner or later.
Isabelle knew she needed to question him further, but there wasn't time. Every second she stood here with him, the danger to both of them increased. It was amazing that the Brit hadn't been caught already. She needed to either help him or walk away before attention was drawn. Certainly walking away was the smart move.
57 Avenue de la Bourdonnais, she said quietly in English. That's where I am going. In 1 hour, I will go out for a cigarette. You come to the door then. If you arrive without being seen, I will help you. You understand me?
How do I know I can trust you? She laughed at that.
This is a foolish thing I am doing. And I promised not to be so impetuous.
Ah well. She pivoted on her heel and left the garden area, clanging the gate shut behind her. She hurried down the street. All the way home, her heart was pounding, and she second-guessed her decision. But there was nothing to do about it now. She didn't look back, not even at her apartment building. There, she stopped and faced the big brass knob in the center of the oak door. She felt dizzy and headachy, she was so scared. She fumbled with the key in the lock and twisted the knob and surged into the dark, shadowy interior. Inside, the narrow lobby was crowded with bicycles and handcarts. She made her way to the base of the narrow, winding stairway and sat on the bottom step, waiting. She looked at her wristwatch 1,000 times, and each time she told herself not to do this. But at the appointed time, she went back outside. Night had fallen. With the blackout shades and unlit street lamps, the street was as dark as a cave. Cars rumbled past, unseen without their headlamps on, heard and smelled, but invisible unless an errant bit of moonlight caught them. She lit her brown cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly, trying to calm herself. "I'm here, miss." Isabelle stumbled backward and opened the door.
Stay behind me. Eyes down, not too close.
She led him through the lobby, both of them banging into bicycles, clanging them and rattling wooden carts. She had never run up the 5 flights of stairs faster. She pulled him into her apartment and slammed the door shut behind him.
"Take off your clothes," she said.
"Pardon me?" She flicked on the light switch. He towered over her, she saw that now. He was broad-shouldered and skinny at the same time, narrow-faced, with a nose that looked like it had been broken a time or two. His hair was so short it looked like fuzz.
"Your flight suit. Take it off, quickly."
What had she been thinking to do this? Her father would come home and find the airmen and then turn them both into the Germans. Where would she hide his flight suit? And those boots were a dead giveaway. He bent forward and stepped out of his flight suit. She had never seen a grown man in his undershorts and t-shirt before. She felt her face flush. "No need to blush, miss," he said, grinning as if this were ordinary. She yanked his suit into her arms and held out her hand for his identification tags. He handed them over, 2 small discs worn around his neck. Both contained the same information. Lieutenant Torrance McLeish. His blood group and religion and number.
"Follow me, quietly. What's the word? On the edges of your toes."
"Tiptoes," he whispered. She led him to her bedroom. There, slowly, gently, she pushed the armoire out of the way and revealed the secret room. A row of glassy doll eyes stared back at her. "That's creepy, miss," he said. "And it's a small space for a big man."
"Get in. Stay quiet. Any untoward sound could get us searched. Madame Leclerc next door is curious and could be a collaborator, do you understand? Also, my father will be home soon. He works for the German High Command."
"Blimey." She had no idea what that meant, and she was sweating so profusely her clothes were starting to stick to her chest. What had she been thinking to offer this man help? "What if I have to, he asked. "Hold it." She pushed him into the room, giving him a pillow and blanket from her bed. "I'll come back when I can. Quiet, oui?" He nodded. "Thank you." She couldn't help shaking her head. "I am a fool. A fool!" She shut the door on him and shoved the armoire back into place, not quite where it went, but good enough for now. She had to get rid of his flight suit and tags before her father came home. She moved through the apartment on bare feet, as quietly as possible. She had no idea if the people downstairs would notice the sound of the armoire being moved, or too many people moving about up here. Better safe than sorry. She jammed the flight suit in an old Samaritan department store bag and crushed it to her chest. Leaving the apartment felt dangerous suddenly. So did staying. She crept past the Leclerc apartment and then rushed down the stairs. Outside, she drew in a gulping breath. Now what? She couldn't throw this just anywhere. She didn't want someone else to get in trouble. For the first time, she was grateful for the city's blackout conditions. She slipped into the darkness on the sidewalk and all but disappeared. There were few Parisians out this close to curfew, and the Germans were too busy drinking French wine to glance outside. She drew in a deep breath, trying to calm down, to think. She was probably moments away from curfew, although that was hardly her biggest problem. Papa would be home soon. The river. She was only a few blocks away, and there were trees along the quay. She found a smaller, barricaded side street and made her way to the river, past the row of military lorries parked along the street. She had never moved so slowly in her life. One step, one breath at a time. The last 50 feet between her and the banks of the Seine seemed to grow and expand with each step she took, and then again as she descended the stairs to the water. But at last she was there, standing beside the river. She heard boat lines creaking in the darkness, waves slapping their wooden hulls. Once again, she thought she heard footsteps behind her. When she stilled, so did they. She waited for someone to come up behind her, for a voice demanding her papers. Nothing. She was imagining it. 1 minute passed, then another. She threw the bag into the black water and then hurled the identification tags in after it. The dark, swirling water swallowed the evidence instantly. Still, she felt shaky as she climbed the steps and crossed the street and headed for home. At her apartment door, she paused, finger-combing her sweat-dampened hair and pulling the damp cotton blouse from her breasts. The one light was on, the chandelier. Her father sat hunched over the dining room table, with paperwork spread out before him. He appeared haggard and too thin. She wondered suddenly how much he had been eating lately. In the weeks she'd been home, she had not once seen him have a meal. They ate, like they did everything else, separately. She had assumed that he ate German scraps at the High Command. Now she wondered. "You're late," he said harshly. She noticed the brandy bottle on the table. It was half empty. Yesterday, it had been full. How was it that he always found his brandy? "The Germans wouldn't leave." She moved toward the table and put several franc notes down. "Today was a good day. I see your friends at the High Command have given you more brandy." "The Nazis do not give much away," he said. "Indeed. So you have earned it." A noise sounded, something crashing to the hardwood floor, maybe. "What was that?" her father said, looking up. Then came another sound, like a scraping of wood on wood. "Someone is in this apartment," Papa said. "Don't be absurd, Papa." He rose quickly from the table and left the room. Isabelle rushed after him. "Papa!" "Hush!"
he hissed. He moved down the entryway, into the unlit part of the apartment. At the Bombay chest near the front door, he picked up a candle in a brass holder and lit it. "Surely you don't think someone has broken in?" she said. He threw her a harsh, narrow-eyed look. "I will not ask you to be silent again. Now hold your tongue." His breath smelled of brandy and cigarettes. "But why—" "Shut up!" He turned his back on her and moved down the narrow, slanted-floor hallway toward the bedrooms. He passed the minuscule coat closet, nothing but coats inside, and followed the candle's quavering path into Vianne's old room. It was empty but for the bed and nightstand and writing desk. Nothing was out of place in here. He got slowly to his knees and looked under the bed. Satisfied at last that the room was empty, he headed for Isabelle's room. Could he hear the pounding of her heart? He checked her room. Under the bed. Behind the door. Behind the floor-to-ceiling damask curtains that framed the blacked-out courtyard window. Isabelle forced herself not to stare at the armoire. "See?" she said loudly, hoping the airman would hear voices and sit still. "No one is here. Really, Papa. Working for the enemy is making you paranoid." He turned to her. In the corona of candlelight, his face looked haggard and worn. "It wouldn't hurt you to be afraid, you know." Was that a threat? "Of you, Papa, or of the Nazis?" "Are you paying no attention at all, Isabelle? You should be afraid of everyone. Now, get out of my way. I need a drink." Chapter 18. Isabelle lay in bed, listening. When she was sure her father was asleep, a drunken sleep, no doubt, she left her bed, went in search of her grandmère's porcelain chamber pot, and holding it, stood in front of the armoire. Slowly, a half-inch at a time, she moved it away from the wall, just enough to open the hidden door. Inside, it was dark and quiet. Only when she listened intently did she hear him breathing. "Monsieur," she whispered. "Hello, miss," came at her from the dark. She lit the oil lamp by her bed and carried it into the space. He was sitting against the wall, with his legs stretched out. In the candlelight, he seemed softer somehow, younger. She handed him the chamber pot and saw that color rose on his cheeks as he took it from her. "Thank you." She sat down opposite him. "I got rid of your identification tags and flight suit. Your boots will have to be cut down for you to wear. Here is a knife. Tomorrow morning I will get you some of my father's clothes. I don't imagine they'll fit well." He nodded, saying, "And what is your plan?" That made her smile nervously. "I'm not sure. You are a pilot?" "Lieutenant Torrance McLeish, RAF. My aeroplane went down over Reims." "And you've been on your own since then? In your flight suit?" "Fortunately, my brother and I played hide-and-seek a lot when we were lads." "You're not safe here." "I gathered." He smiled, and it changed his face, reminded her that he was really just a young man far from home. "If it makes you feel better, I took 3 German aeroplanes down with me." "You need to get back to Britain so you can get back to it." "I can't agree more, but how? The whole coastline is behind barbed wire and patrolled by dogs. I can't exactly leave France by boat or air." "I have some friends who are working on this. We will go see them tomorrow." "You are very brave," he said softly. "Or foolish," she said, unsure of which was more true. "I have often heard I'm impetuous and unruly. I imagine I will hear it from my friends tomorrow." "Well, miss, you won't hear anything but brave from me."
The next morning, Isabelle heard her father walk past her room. Moments later, she smelled coffee wafting her way, and then, after that, the front door clicked shut. She left her room and went into her father's, which was a mess of clothes on the floor and an unmade bed, with an empty brandy bottle lying on its side on his writing desk. She pulled the blackout shade and peered past the empty balcony to the street below, where she saw her father emerge out onto the sidewalk. He had his black briefcase held close to his chest, as if his poetry actually mattered to anyone, and a black hat pulled low on his brow. Hunched like an overworked secretary, he headed for the metro. When he passed out of her view, she went to the armoire in his room and rummaged through it for old clothes. A shapeless turtleneck sweater with fraying sleeves, old corduroy pants, patched in the seat and bereft of several buttons, and a gray beret. Isabelle cautiously moved the armoire and opened the door. The secret room smelled of sweat and piss, so much that she had to clamp her hand over her nose and mouth as she gagged. "Sorry, miss," McLeish said sheepishly. "Put these on, wash up there at the pitcher, and meet me in the salon. Put the armoire back. Move quietly. People are downstairs. They may know my father is gone and expect only one person to be walking around up here." Moments later, he stepped into the kitchen, dressed in her father's cast-offs. He looked like a fairy tale boy who'd sprouted overnight. The sweater strained across his broad chest, and the corduroy pants were too small to button at the waist. He was wearing the beret flat on the crown of his head, as if it were a yarmulke. This would never work. How would she get him across town in broad daylight? "I can do this," he said. "I'll follow along behind you. Trust me, miss. I've been walking about in a flight suit. This is easy." It was too late to back out now. She'd taken him in and hidden him. Now she needed to get him someplace safe. "Walk at least a block behind me. If I stop, you stop." "If I get pinched, you keep walking. Don't even look back." Pinched must mean arrested. She went to him, adjusted his beret, set it at a jaunty angle. Her gaze held his. "Where are you from, Lieutenant McLeish?" "Ipswich, miss. You'll tell my parents, if necessary." "It won't be necessary, Lieutenant." She drew in a deep breath. He had reminded her again of the risk that she'd undertaken to help him. The false papers in her handbag, identifying her as Juliette Gervais of Nice, baptized in Marseille, and a student at the Sorbonne, were the only protection she had if the worst happened. She went to the front door, opened it, and peered out. The landing was empty. She shoved him out, saying, "Go! Stand outside by the milliner's empty shop, then follow me." He stumbled out of the apartment, and she closed the door behind him. 1, 2, 3. She counted silently, imagining trouble with every step. When she could stand it no more, she left the apartment and went down the stairs. All was quiet. She found him outside, standing where he'd been told to. She lifted her chin and walked past him without a glance. All the way to the Saint-Germain, she walked briskly, never turning around, never looking back. Several times she heard German soldiers yell out, "Halt!" and blow their whistles. Twice she heard gunshots, but she neither slowed nor looked. By the time she reached the red door at the apartment on Rue de Saint-Simon, she was sweating and a little lightheaded. She knocked 4 times in rapid succession. The door opened. Anouk appeared in the slit of an opening. Surprise widened her eyes. She opened the door and stepped back. "What are you doing here?" Behind her, several of the men Isabelle had met before were seated around tables, with maps set out in front of them, the pale blue lines illuminated by candlelight. Anouk started to shut the door. Isabelle said, "Leave it open." Tension followed her directive. She saw it sweep the room, change the expressions around her. At the table, Monsieur Lévy began putting the maps away. Isabelle glanced outside and saw McLeish coming up the walkway. He stepped into the apartment and she slammed the door shut behind him. No one spoke. Isabelle had their full attention. "This is Lieutenant Torrance McLeish of the RAF, pilot. I found him hiding in the bushes near my apartment last night." "And you brought him here," Anouk said, lighting a cigarette. "He needs to get back to Britain," Isabelle said. "I thought—" "No," Anouk said. "You did not." Lévy sat back in his chair and pulled a Gauloise from his breast pocket and lit it up, studying the airmen. "There are others that we know of in the city, and more who escaped from German prisons. We want to get them out, but the coasts and the airfields are sewn up tight." He took a long drag on his cigarette. The tip glowed and crackled and blackened. "It is a problem we have been working on." "I know," Isabelle said evenly. She felt the full weight of her responsibility. Had she acted rashly again? Were they disappointed in her? She didn't know. Should she have ignored McLeish? She was about to ask a question when she heard someone talking in another room. Frowning, she said, "Who else is here?" "Others," Lévy answered. "Others are always here. No one of concern to you." "We need a plan for the airmen, it is true," Anouk said. "We believe we could get them out of Spain," Lévy said, "if we could get them into Spain." "The Pyrenees," Anouk said. Isabelle had seen the Pyrenees, so she understood Anouk's comment. The jagged peaks rose impossibly high into the clouds and were usually snow-covered or ringed in fog. Her mother had loved Biarritz, a small coastal town nearby, and twice, in the good days long ago, the family had vacationed there. "The border with Spain is guarded by both German and Spanish patrols," Anouk said. "The whole border?" Isabelle asked. "Well, no, of course not. But where they are and where they aren't, who knows?" Lévy said. "The mountains are smaller near Saint-Jean-de-Luz," Isabelle pointed out. "Oui, but so what? They are still impassable, and the few roads are guarded," Anouk said. "My maman's best friend was a Basque, whose father was a goat herder. He crossed the mountains on foot all the time." "We have had this idea." "We even tried it once," Lévy said. "None of the party was heard from again. Getting past the German sentries at Saint-Jean-de-Luz is hard enough for one man, let alone several. And then there is the actual crossing of the mountains on foot. It is nearly impossible." "Nearly impossible and impossible are not the same thing. If goat herders can cross the mountains, certainly airmen can do it," Isabelle said. As she said it, an idea came to her. "And a woman could move easily across the checkpoints, especially a young woman. No one would suspect a pretty girl." Anouk and Lévy exchanged a look. "I will do it," Isabelle said. "Or try it anyway. I'll take this airman. And are there others?" Monsieur Lévy frowned. Obviously this turn of events surprised him. Cigarette smoke clouded blue-gray between them. "And you have climbed mountains before?" "I'm in good shape," was her answer. "If they catch you, they'll imprison you, or kill you," he said quietly. "Put your impetuousness aside for a moment and think on that, Isabelle. This is not handing over a piece of paper. You have seen the signs posted all over town? The rewards offered for people who aid the enemy?" Isabelle nodded earnestly. Anouk sighed heavily, stabbing out her cigarette in the overflowing ashtray. She gazed at Isabelle a long time, eyes narrowing. Then she walked to the door behind the table. She pushed the door open a little and whistled, gave a trilling little bird call. Isabelle frowned. She heard something in the other room, a chair pushing back from a table, footsteps. Gaëtan stepped into the room. He was dressed shabbily, in corduroy pants that were patched at the knees and ragged at the hem and a little too short, in a sweater that hung on his wiry frame, its collar pulled out of shape. His black hair, longer now, in need of cutting, had been slicked back from his face, which was sharper, almost wolf-like. He looked at her as if they were the only two in the room. In an instant, it was all undone. The feelings she'd discounted, tried to bury, to ignore, came flooding back. One look at him, and she could barely breathe. "You no gate," Anouk said. Isabelle cleared her throat. She understood that he'd known she was here all along, that he'd chosen to stay away from her. For the first time since she'd joined this underground group, Isabelle felt keenly young, apart. Had they all known about it? Had they laughed about her naivete behind her back? "I do." "So," Levy said after an uncomfortable pause, "Isabelle has a plan." Gaëtan didn't smile. "Does she?" "She wants to lead this airman and others across the Pyrenees on foot and get them into Spain. To the British consulate, I assume." Gaëtan swore under his breath. "We need to try something," Levy said. "Do you truly understand the risk, Isabelle?" Anouk asked, coming forward. "If you succeed, the Nazis will hear of it. They will hunt you down. There is a 10,000 franc reward for anyone who leads the Nazis to someone aiding airmen." Isabelle had always simply reacted in her life. Someone left her behind, she followed. Someone told her she couldn't do something, she did it. Every barrier she turned into a gate. But this, she let fear give her a little shake, and she almost gave in to it. Then she thought about the swastikas that flew from the Eiffel Tower, and Vianne living with the enemy, and Antoine lost in some prisoner of war camp, and Edith Cavell. Certainly, she had been afraid sometimes too. Isabelle would not let fear stand in her way. The airmen were needed in Britain to drop more bombs on Germany. Isabelle turned to the airman. "Are you a fit man, Lieutenant?" she said in English. "Could you keep up with a girl on a mountain crossing?" "I could," he said. "Especially one as pretty as you, miss. I wouldn't let you out of my sight." Isabelle faced her compatriots. "I'll take him to the consulate in San Sebastian. From there, it will be up to the Brits to get him home." Isabelle saw the conversation that passed in silence around her, concerns and questions unvoiced. A decision reached in silence. Some risks simply had to be taken. Everyone in this room knew it. "It will take weeks to plan. Maybe longer," Levy said. He turned to Gaëtan. "We will need money immediately. You will speak to your contact?" Gaëtan nodded. He grabbed a black beret from the sideboard, putting it on. Isabelle couldn't look away. She was angry at him. She knew that, felt it. But as he came toward her, that anger dried up and blew away like dust, beneath the longing that mattered so much more. Their gazes met, held, and then he was past her, reaching for the doorknob, going outside. The door clicked shut behind him. "So," Anouk said, "the planning. We should begin." For 6 hours, Isabelle sat at the table in the apartment on Rue de Saint-Simon. They brought in others from the network and gave them tasks. To gather clothes for the pilots and stockpile supplies. They consulted maps and devised routes and began the long, uncertain process of setting up safe houses along the way. At some point, they began to see it as a reality instead of merely a bold and daring idea. It wasn't until Monsieur Levy mentioned the curfew that Isabelle pushed back from the table. They tried to talk her into staying the night, but such a choice would make her father suspicious. Instead, she borrowed a heavy black pea-coat from Anouk and put it on, grateful for the way it camouflaged her. The Boulevard Saint-Germain was eerily quiet.
shutters closed tightly and blacked out, street lamps dark. She kept close to the buildings, grateful that the worn-down heels of her white Oxfords didn't clatter on the sidewalk. She crept past barricades and around groups of German soldiers patrolling the streets. She was almost home when she heard an engine growling. A German lorry shambled up the street behind her, its blue-painted headlights turned off. She pressed flat against the rough stone wall behind her, and the phantom lorry rolled past, grumbling in the darkness. Then everything was silent again. A bird whistled, a trilling song, familiar. Isabelle knew then that she'd been waiting for him, hoping. She straightened slowly, rose to her feet. Beside her, a potted plant released the scent of flowers.
Isabelle,
Gaëtan said. She could barely make out his features in the dark, but she could smell the pomade in his hair, and the rough scent of his laundry soap, and the cigarette he'd smoked some time ago. How did you know I was working with Paul?
Who do you think recommended you?
She frowned. Henri.
And who told Henri about you? I had Didier following you from the beginning, watching over you. I knew you would find your way to us.
He reached out, tucked the hair behind her ears, and the intimacy of the act left her parched with hope. She remembered saying, "I love you," and shame and loss twisted her up inside. She didn't want to remember how he'd made her feel, how he'd fed her roasted rabbit by hand and carried her when she was too tired to walk, and showed her how much one kiss could matter.
"I'm sorry I hurt you," he said.
"Why did you?"
"It doesn't matter now," he sighed. "I should have stayed in that back room today. It's better not seeing you."
"Not for me." He smiled.
"You have a habit of saying whatever is on your mind, don't you, Isabelle?"
"Always." "Why did you leave me?" He touched her face with a gentleness that made her want to cry. It felt like a goodbye, that touch, and she knew goodbye.
"I wanted to forget you."
She wanted to say something more, maybe, "Kiss me," or "Don't go," or "Say I matter to you." But it was already too late. The moment, whatever it was past. He was stepping away from her, disappearing into the shadows. He said softly, "Be careful, Is." And before she could answer, she knew he was gone. She felt his absence in her bones. She waited a moment more, for her heartbeat to slow down and her emotions to stabilize. Then she headed for home. She had barely released the lock on her front door when she felt herself being yanked inside. The door slammed shut behind her.
"Where in the hell have you been?"
Her father's alcoholic breath washed over her, its sweetness a cloak over something dark, bitter, as if he'd been chewing aspirin. She tried to pull free, but he held her so close it was almost an embrace, his grasp on her wrist tight enough to leave a bruise. Then, as quickly as he'd grasped her, he let her go. She stumbled back, flailing for the light switch. When she flipped it, nothing happened.
"No more money for electricity,"
her father said. He lit an oil lamp, held it between them. In the wavering light, he looked to be sculpted of melting wax. His lined face sagged, his eyelids were puffy and a little blue. His paddle nose showed black pores the size of pinheads. Even with all of that, with as tired and old as he suddenly seemed, it was the look in his eyes that made her frown. Something was wrong.
"Come with me,"
he said, his voice raspy and sharp, unrecognizable this time of night without a slur. He led her down past the closet and around the corner to her room. Inside, he turned to look at her. Behind him, in the lamp's glow, she saw the moved armoire and the door to the secret room ajar. The smell of urine was strong. Thank God the airman was gone. Isabelle shook her head, unable to speak. He sank to sit on the edge of her bed, bowing his head.
Christ, Isabelle, you are a pain in the ass.
She couldn't move, or think. She glanced at the bedroom door, wondering if she could make it out of the apartment. It was nothing, Papa. A boy. A date. We were kissing, Papa.
And do all of your dates piss in the closet? You must be very popular then.
He sighed.
Enough of this charade.
Charade?
You found an airman last night and hid him in the closet, and today you took him to Monsieur Lévy.
Isabelle could not have heard correctly. Pardon?
Your downed airman, the one who pissed in the closet and left dirty boot prints in the hallway. You took him to Monsieur Lévy.
I do not know what you are talking about.
Good for you, Isabelle.
When he fell silent, she couldn't stand the suspense. Papa?
I know you came here as a courrier for the underground, and that you are working with Paul Lévy's network.
How?
Monsieur Lévy is an old friend. In fact, when the Nazis invaded, he came to me and pulled me out of the bottle of brandy. That was all I cared about. He put me to work.
Isabelle felt so unsteady, she couldn't stand. It was too intimate to sit by her father, so she sank slowly to the carpet.
I didn't want you involved in this, Isabelle. That's why I sent you from Paris in the first place. I didn't want to put you at risk with my work. I should have known you'd find your own way to danger.
And all the other times you sent me away? She wished instantly that she hadn't asked the question, but the moment she had the thought, it was given voice.
I am no good as a father. We both know that. At least not since your maman's death.
How would we know? You never tried.
I tried. You just don't remember. Anyway, that is all water gone by now. We have bigger concerns.
We, she said. Her past felt upended somehow, off balance. She didn't know what to think or feel. Better to change the subject than to dwell on it. I am planning something. I will be gone for a while. He looked down at her.
I know. I have spoken to Paul.
He was silent for a long moment.
You know that your life changes right now. You will have to live underground, not here with me, not with anyone. You will not be able to spend more than a few nights in any one place. You will trust absolutely no one. And you will not be Isabelle Rossignol at all anymore. You will be Juliette Gervais. The Nazis and the collaborators will always be searching for you, and if they find you—
Isabelle nodded. A look passed between them. In it, Isabelle felt a connection that had never existed before.
You know that prisoners of war receive some mercy. You can expect none.
She nodded.
Can you do this, Isabelle?
I can do it, Papa. He nodded.
The name you are looking for is Micheline Babineau, your maman's friend in Orogne. Her husband was killed in the Great War. I think she would welcome you. And tell Paul I will need photographs immediately.
Photographs?
Of the airmen.
At her continued silence, he finally smiled.
Really, Isabelle? Have you not put the pieces together?
But—
I forge papers, Isabelle. That's why I work at the High Command. I began by writing the very tracks you distributed in Carivaux. But it turns out that the poet has a forger's hand. Who do you think gave you the name Juliette Gervais?
But—
You believed I collaborated with the enemy. I can hardly blame you.
In him, suddenly, she saw someone foreign. A broken man where a cruel, careless man had always stood. She dared to rise up, to move toward him, to kneel in front of him. She stared up at him, feeling hot tears glaze her eyes. Why did you push me and Vianne away?
I hope you never know how fragile you are, Isabelle.
I'm not fragile, she said. The smile he gave her was barely one at all.
We are all fragile, Isabelle. It's the thing we learn in war.
Chapter 19. Warning. All males who come to the aid, either directly or indirectly, of the crews of enemy aircraft coming down in parachutes or having made a forced landing, help in their escape, hide them, or come to their aid in any fashion, will be shot on the spot. Women who render the same help will be sent to concentration camps in Germany. I guess I am lucky to be a woman, Isabelle muttered to herself. How was it that the Germans hadn't noticed by now, October 1941, that France had become a country of women? Even as she said the words, she recognized the false bravado in them. She wanted to feel brave right now. Edith Cavell risking her life. But here, in this train station patrolled by German soldiers, she was scared. There was no backing out now, no changing her mind. After months of planning and preparation, she and 4 airmen were ready to test the escape plan. On this cool October morning, her life would change. From the moment she boarded this train bound for Saint-Jean-de-Luz, she would no longer be Isabelle Rossignol, the girl in the bookshop who lived on the Avenue de la Bourdonnais. From now on, she was Juliette Gervais, codename the Nightingale. Come, Anouk linked arms with Isabelle and led her away from the warning sign and toward the ticket counter. They had gone over these preparations so many times, Isabelle knew the plan well. There was only one flaw. All of their attempts to reach Madame Babineau had thus far failed. That one key component, finding a guide, Isabelle would have to do on her own. Off to her left, waiting for her signal, Lieutenant McLeish stood dressed as a peasant. All he'd kept from his escape kit were 2 Benzedrine tablets and a tiny compass that looked like a button and was pinned to his collar. He had been given false papers. Now he was a Flemish farm worker. He had an identity card and a work permit, but her father couldn't guarantee that the papers would pass close inspection. He had cut off the tops of his flight boots and shaved off his mustache. Isabelle and Anouk had spent countless hours training him in proper behavior. They'd dressed him in a baggy coat and a worn, stained pair of work trousers. They'd bleached the nicotine stains from the first and second fingers of his right hand and taught him to smoke like a Frenchman, using his thumb and forefinger. He knew he was to look left before crossing the street, not right, and he was never to approach Isabelle unless she approached him first. She had instructed him to play deaf and dumb and to read a newspaper while on the train, the entire trip. He was also to buy his own ticket and sit apart from Isabelle. They all were. When they disembarked in Saint-Jean-de-Luz, the airmen were to walk a good distance behind her. Anouk turned to Isabelle. "Are you ready?" her gaze asked. She nodded slowly. "Cousin Etienne will board the train in Poitiers, Uncle Émile in Ruffec, and Jean-Claude in Bordeaux." The other airmen. "Oui." Isabelle was to disembark at Saint-Jean-de-Luz with the 4 airmen, 2 Brits and 2 Canadians, and cross the mountains into Spain. Once there, she was to send a telegram. "The Nightingale has sung," meant success. She kissed each of Anouk's cheeks, murmured au revoir, and then walked briskly over to the ticket window. "Saint-Jean-de-Luz," she said, and handed the attendant her money. Taking the ticket, she headed for platform C. Not once did she look back, although she wanted to. The train whistle sounded. Isabelle stepped aboard, taking a seat on the left side. More passengers filed in, took seats. Several German soldiers boarded the train, sitting across from her. McLeish was the last to board. He stepped into the train and shuffled past her without a glance, his shoulders hunched in an effort to appear smaller.
As the doors eased shut, he settled into a seat at the other end of the compartment and immediately opened his newspaper. The train whistle blew again, and the giant wheels began to turn, picking up speed slowly. The compartment banged a little, heaved left and right, and then settled into a steady thrumming movement, the wheels clackety-clacking on the iron tracks. The German soldier across from Isabelle glanced down the compartment. His gaze settled on McLeish. He tapped his friend on the shoulder, and both men started to rise. Isabelle leaned forward. "Bonjour," she said with a smile. The soldiers immediately sat back down. "Bonjour, mademoiselle," they said in unison. "Your French is quite good," she lied. Beside her, a heavy-set woman in peasant clothes made a harumphing sound of disgust and whispered, "You should be ashamed of yourself," in French. Isabelle laughed prettily. "Where are you going?" she asked the soldiers. They would be on this carriage for hours. It would be good to keep their attention on her. "Tours," one said as the other said, "On Zan." "Ah, and do you know any card games to pass the time?" "I have a deck with me." "Yes, yes," the younger one said. Isabelle reached in her handbag for her playing cards. She was dealing a new hand and laughing when the next airman boarded the train and shuffled past the Germans. Later, when the conductor came through, she offered up her ticket. He took it and moved on. When he came to the airman, McLeish did exactly as instructed. He handed over his ticket while he kept reading. The other airman did the same. Isabelle released her breath in a sigh of relief and leaned back in her seat. Isabelle and the 4 airmen made it to Saint-Jean-de-Luz without incident. Twice they'd walked, separately of course, past German checkpoints. The soldiers on guard had barely looked at the series of false papers, saying "Dankeschön" without even looking up. They were not on the lookout for downed airmen and apparently hadn't considered a plan as bold as this. But now Isabelle and the men were approaching the mountains. In the foothills, she went to a small park along the river and sat on a bench overlooking the water. The airmen arrived as planned, one by one, with McLeish first. He sat down beside her. The others took seats within earshot. "You have your signs?" she asked. McLeish withdrew a piece of paper from his shirt pocket. It read, "Deaf and dumb, waiting for my maman to pick me up." The other airmen did the same. "If a German soldier hassles any of you, you show him your papers and your sign. Do not speak." "And I act stupid, which is easy for me," McLeish grinned. Isabelle was too anxious to smile. She shrugged off her canvas rucksack and handed it to McLeish. In it were a few essentials: a bottle of wine, 3 plump pork sausages, 2 pairs of heavy woolen socks, and several apples. "Sit where you can in Irogne, not together, of course. Keep your heads down and pretend to read your books. Don't look up until you hear me say, 'There you are, cousin. We've been looking all over for you.' Understood?" They all nodded. "If I am not back by dawn, travel separately to Pau and go to the hotel I told you about. A woman named Eliane will help you." "Be careful," McLeish said. Taking a deep breath, she left them and walked to the main road. A mile or so later, as night began to fall, she crossed a rickety bridge. The road turned to dirt and narrowed into a cart track that climbed up, up, up into the verdant foothills. Moonlight came to her aid, illuminating hundreds of tiny white specks. Goats. There were no cottages up this high, just animal sheds. At last, she saw it. A 2-storied, half-timbered house with a red roof that was exactly as her father had described. No wonder they had not been able to reach Madame Babineau. This cottage seemed designed to keep people away, as did the path up to it. Goats bleated at her appearance and bumped into one another nervously. Light shone through the haphazardly blacked-out windows, and smoke puffed cheerily from the chimney, scenting the air. At her knock, the heavy wooden door opened just enough to reveal a single eye and a mouth nearly hidden by a gray beard. "Bonsoir," Isabelle said. She waited a moment for the old man to reply in kind, but he said nothing. "I am here to see Madame Babineau." "Why?" the man demanded. "Julien Rossignol sent me." The old man made a clicking sound between his teeth and tongue. Then the door opened. The first thing Isabelle noticed inside was the stew, simmering in a big black pot that hung from a hook in the giant stone-faced fireplace. A woman was seated at a huge scarred trestle table in the back of the wide, timber-beamed room. From where Isabelle stood, it looked as if she were dressed in charcoal-colored rags, but when the old man lit an oil lamp, Isabelle saw that the woman was dressed like a man, in rough breeches and a linen shirt with a leather lace-up neckline. Her hair was the color of iron shavings, and she was smoking a cigarette. Still, Isabelle recognized the woman, even though it had been 15 years. She remembered sitting on the beach at Saint-Jean-de-Luz, hearing the women laugh, and Madame Babineau saying, "This little beauty will cause you endless trouble, Madeleine. The boys will someday swarm her." And Maman saying, "She is too smart to toss her life to boys, aren't you, my Isabelle?" "Your shoes are caked with dirt." "I've walked here from the train station at Saint-Jean-de-Luz." "Interesting." The woman used her booted foot to push out the chair across from her. "I am Micheline Babineau. Sit." "I know who you are," Isabelle said. She added nothing. Information was dangerous these days. It was traded with care. "Do you?" "I'm Juliette Gervais." "Why do I care?" Isabelle glanced nervously at the old man, who watched her warily. She didn't like turning her back on him, but she had no choice. She sat down across from the woman. "You want a cigarette? It's a Gauloise Bleu. They cost me 3 francs and a goat, but it's worth it." The woman took a long, sensual drag off her cigarette and exhaled the distinctively scented blue smoke. "Why do I care about you?" "Julien Rossignol believes I can trust you." Madame Babineau took another drag on the cigarette and then stubbed it out on the sole of her boot. She dropped the rest of it in her breast pocket. "He says his wife was close friends with you. You are godmother to his eldest daughter. He is the godfather to your youngest son." "Was. The Germans killed both of my sons at the front, and my husband in the last war." "He wrote letters to you recently." "The post is shit these days. What does he want?" Here it was, the biggest flaw in this plan. If Madame Babineau was a collaborator, it was all over. Isabelle had imagined this moment 1,000 times, planned it down to the pauses. She'd thought of ways to word things to protect herself. Now she saw the folly of all that, the uselessness. She simply had to dive in. "I left 4 downed pilots in Irogne waiting for me. I want to take them to the British consulate in Spain. We hope the British can get them back to England so they can fly more missions over Germany and drop more bombs." In the silence that followed, Isabelle heard the beat of her heart, the tick of the mantel clock, the distant bleating of a goat. "And?" Madame Babineau said at last, almost too softly to hear. "And I need a Basque guide to help me cross the Pyrenees. Julien thought you could help me." For the first time, Isabelle knew she had the woman's undivided attention. "Get Eduardo," Madame Babineau said to the old man, who jumped to do her bidding. The door banged shut so hard the ceiling rattled. The woman retrieved the half-smoked cigarette from her pocket and lit it up, inhaling and exhaling several times in silence as she studied Isabelle. "What do you—" Isabelle started to ask. The woman pressed a tobacco-stained finger to her lips. The door to the farmhouse crashed open and a man burst in. All Isabelle could make out were broad shoulders, burlap, and the smell of alcohol. He grabbed her by the arm and lifted her out of the chair and threw her up against the rough-hewn wall. She gasped in pain and tried to get free, but he pinned her in place, wedged his knee roughly between her legs.
"Do you know what the Germans do to people like you?"
he whispered, his face so close to hers she couldn't focus. Couldn't see anything but black eyes and thick black lashes. He smelled of cigarettes and brandy.
"Do you know how much they will pay us for you and your pilots?"
Isabelle turned her head to avoid his sour breath.
"Where are these pilots of yours?"
His fingers dug into the flesh of her upper arms.
"Where are they?"
"What pilots?" she gasped.
"The pilots you are helping escape."
"What pilots? I don't know what you're talking about."
He growled again and cracked her head against the wall. "You asked for our help to get pilots over the Pyrenees."
"Me? A woman? Climb across the Pyrenees? You must be joking. I don't know what you're talking about."
"Are you saying Madame Babineau is lying?"
"I don't know Madame Babineau. I just stopped here to ask for directions. I'm lost." He smiled, revealing tobacco and wine-stained teeth.
"Clever girl,"
he said, letting her go.
"And not a bit weak in the knees."
Madame Babineau stood.
"Good for her."
The man stepped back, giving her space.
"I am Eduardo."
He turned to the old woman.
"The weather is good. Her will is strong. The men may sleep here tonight. Unless they are weaklings, I will take them tomorrow."
"You'll take us?" Isabelle said. "To Spain?" Eduardo looked to Madame Babineau, who looked at Isabelle.
"It would be our great pleasure to help you, Juliet. Now, where are these pilots of yours?"
In the middle of the night, Madame Babineau woke Isabelle and led her into the farmhouse's kitchen, where a fire was already blazing in the hearth.
"Coffee?"
Isabelle finger-combed her hair and tied a cotton scarf around her head. "No, merci. It is too precious." The old woman gave her a smile.
"No one suspects a woman my age of anything. It makes me good at trading. Here."
She offered Isabelle a cracked porcelain mug full of steaming black coffee. Real coffee. Isabelle wrapped her hands around the mug and breathed deeply of the familiar, never again to be taken for granted aroma. Madame Babineau sat down beside her. She looked into the woman's dark eyes and saw a compassion that reminded her of her maman. "I am scared," Isabelle admitted. It was the first time she'd said this to anyone.
"As you should be. As we all must be."
"If something goes wrong, will you get word to Julien? He's still in Paris. If we don't make it, tell him the Nightingale didn't fly." Madame Babineau nodded. As they sat there, the airmen came into the room, one by one. It was the middle of the night, and none looked like they had slept well. Still, the hour appointed for their departure was here. Madame Babineau set out a meal of bread and sweet lavender honey and creamy goat cheese. The men planted themselves on the mismatched chairs and scooted close to the table, talking all at once, devouring the food in an instant. The door banged open, bringing with it a rush of cold night air. Dried leaves scudded inside, dancing across the floor, plastering themselves like tiny black hands to the stones of the fireplace. The flames within shivered and thinned. The door slammed shut. Eduardo stood there, looking like a scruffy giant in the low-ceilinged room. He was a typical Basque, with broad shoulders, and a face that seemed to have been carved in stone with a dull blade. The coat he wore was thin for the weather and patched in more places than it was whole. He handed Isabelle a pair of Basque shoes called espadrilles, with rope soles that were supposedly good in the rough terrain. "How is the weather for this journey, Eduardo?" Madame Babineau asked.
"Cold is coming. We must not tarry." He swung a ragged rucksack from his shoulder and dropped it on the ground. To the men he said, "These are espadrilles. They will help you. Find a pair that fits." Isabelle stood beside him, translating for the men. The men came forward obediently and squatted around the rucksack, pulling out shoes, passing them around. "None fit me," McLeish said. "Do what you can," Madame Babineau said. "Sadly, we aren't a shoe shop." When the men had exchanged their flight boots for walking shoes, Eduardo had them stand in a line. He studied each man in turn, checking his clothing and his small pack. "Take everything out of your pockets and leave it here. The Spanish will arrest you for anything, and you do not want to escape the Germans only to find yourself in a Spanish prison." He handed them each a goatskin Bota bag full of wine and a walking stick that he'd made from knobby, mossy branches. When he was finished, he slapped them on the back hard enough to send most of them stumbling forward. "Silence," Eduardo said. "Always." They left the cottage and filed onto the uneven terrain of the goat pasture outside. The sky was lit by a weak blue moon. "Night is our protection," Eduardo said. "Night and speed and quiet." He turned, stopped them with a raised hand. "Juliet will be at the back of the line. I will be at the front. When I walk, you walk. You walk in single file. There is no talking, none. You will be cold, freezing cold on this night, and hungry, and soon you will be tired. Keep walking." Eduardo turned his back on the men and began walking up the hill. Isabelle felt the cold instantly. It bit into her exposed cheeks and slipped through the seams of her woolen coat. She used her gloved hand to hold the pieces of her collar together and began the long trek up the grassy hillside. Sometime around 3 in the morning, the walk became a hike. The terrain steepened. The moon slid behind invisible clouds and blinked out, leaving them in near total darkness. Isabelle heard the men's breathing become labored in front of her. She knew they were cold. Most of them did not have adequate clothing for this freezing air, and few of them had shoes that fit correctly. Twigs snapped beneath their feet. Rocks clattered away from them, made a sound like rain on a tin roof as they fell down the steep mountainside. The first pangs of hunger twisted her empty stomach. It started to rain. A gnashing wind swept up from the valley below, slamming into the party walking single file. It turned the rain into freezing shards that attacked their exposed skin. Isabelle began to shiver uncontrollably. Her breath came out in great, heaving gasps, and still she climbed. Up, 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 past the tree line. Ahead, someone made a yelping sound and fell hard. Isabelle couldn't see who it was. The night had closed around them. The man in front of her stopped. She ran into his back and he stumbled sideways, fell into a boulder and cursed. "Don't stop, man," Isabelle said, trying to keep the spirit in her voice. They climbed until Isabelle gasped with every step, but Eduardo allowed them no respite. He stopped only long enough to make sure they were still behind him, and then he was off again, clambering up the rocky hillside like a goat. Isabelle's legs were on fire, aching painfully, and even with her espadrilles, blisters formed. Every step became an agony and a test of will. Hours and hours and hours passed. Isabelle grew so breathless she couldn't have formed the words needed to beg for a drink of water, but she knew that Eduardo wouldn't have listened to her anyway. She heard McLeish in front of her, gasping, cursing every time he slipped, crying out in pain at the blisters she knew were turning his feet into open sores. She couldn't make out the path at all anymore. She just trudged upward, her eyelids struggling to stay open. Angling forward against the wind, she pulled her scarf up over her nose and mouth and kept going. Her breath, coming in pants, warmed her scarf. The fabric turned moist and then froze into solid, icy folds. "Here!" Eduardo's booming voice came at her from the darkness. They were so high up the mountain that there were sure to be no German or Spanish patrols. The risk to their lives up here came from the elements. Isabelle collapsed in a heap, landing hard enough on a piece of rock that she cried out, but she was too tired to care. McLeish dropped down beside her, gasping, "Christ almighty!" and pitching forward. She grabbed his arm, steadied him as he started to slide downward. She heard a cacophony of voices come after it. "Thank God! Bloody well time!" And then she heard bodies hit the ground. They fell downward in a group, as if their legs could hold them no more. "Not here," Eduardo said. "The goat herder's shack. Over there." Isabelle staggered to her feet. In the back of the line, she waited, shivering, her arms crossed around her body as if she could hold heat within, but there was no heat. She felt like a shard of ice, brittle and frozen. Her mind fought the stupor that wanted to take over. She had to keep shaking her head to keep her thoughts clear. She heard a footstep and knew Eduardo was standing beside her in the darkness, their faces pelted by icy rain. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm frozen solid, and I'm afraid to look at my feet." "Blisters?" "The size of dinner plates, I'm pretty sure. I can't tell if the rain is making my shoes wet or if blood is bubbling through the material." She felt tears sting her eyes and freeze instantly, binding her lashes together. Eduardo took her hand and led her to the goat-herder's shed, where he started a fire. The ice in her hair turned to water and dripped to the floor, puddling at her feet. She watched the men collapse where they stood, thumping back against the rough wooden walls as they pulled their rucksacks into their laps and began searching through them for food. McLeish waved her over. Isabelle picked her way through the men and collapsed beside McLeish. In silence, listening to men chewing and belching and sighing around her, she ate the cheese and apples she'd brought with her. She had no idea when she fell asleep. 1 minute she was awake, eating what passed for supper on the mountain, and the next thing she knew, Eduardo was waking them again. Gray light pressed against the dirty window of the shack. They'd slept through the day and been wakened in the late afternoon. Eduardo started a fire, made a pot of ersatz coffee, and handed it out to them. Breakfast was stale bread and hard cheese. Good, but not nearly enough to stave off the hunger that was still sharp from yesterday. Eduardo took off at a brisk walk, climbing the slick, frost-covered shale of the treacherous trail like a billy goat. Isabelle was the last one out of the shack. She looked up the trail. Gray clouds obscured the peaks, and snowflakes hushed the world until there was no earthly sound except their breathing. Men vanished in front of her, becoming small black dots in the whiteness. She plunged into the cold, climbing steadily, following the man in front of her. He was all she could see in the falling snow. Eduardo's pace was punishing. He climbed up the twisting path without pause, seemingly unaware of the biting, burning cold that turned every breath into a fire that exploded in the lungs. Isabelle panted and kept going, encouraging the men when they started to lag, cajoling them and teasing them and urging them on. When darkness fell again, she redoubled her efforts to keep morale up. Even though she felt sick to her stomach with fatigue and parched with thirst, she kept going. If any one of them got more than a few feet away from the person in front of him, he could be lost forever in this frozen darkness. To leave the path for a few feet was to die. She stumbled on through the night. Someone fell in front of her, made a yelping sound. She rushed forward, found one of the Canadian flyers on his knees, wheezing hard, his mustache frozen. "I'm beat, baby doll," he said, trying to smile. Isabelle slid down beside him, felt her backside instantly grow cold. "It's Teddy, right?" "You got me. Look, I'm done for. Just go on ahead." "You've got a wife, Teddy? A girl back home in Canada?" She couldn't see his face,
but she heard the way he sucked in his breath at her question. "You aren't playing fair, doll."
"There's no fair in life and death, Teddy. What's her name?"
"Alice."
"Get on your feet for Alice, Teddy."
She felt him shift his weight, get his feet back underneath him. She angled her body against him, let him lean against her as he stood. "All right, then," he said, shuddering hard. She let him go, heard him walk on ahead. She sighed heavily, shivering at the end of it. Hunger gnawed at her stomach. She swallowed dryly, wishing they could stop just for a minute. Instead, she pointed herself in the direction of the men and kept going. Her mind was muddling again, her thoughts blurring. All she could think of was taking this step, and the next one, and the next one. Sometime near dawn, the snow turned to rain that turned their woolen coats into sodden weights. Isabelle hardly noticed when they started going down. The only real difference was the men falling, slipping on the wet rocks and tumbling down the rocky, treacherous mountainside. There was no way to stop them. She just had to watch them fall and help them get back on their feet when they came to a breathless, broken stop. The visibility was so bad that they were constantly in fear of losing sight of the man in front and plunging off the path. At daybreak, Eduardo stopped and pointed to a yawning black cave tucked into the mountainside. The men gathered inside, making huffing sounds as they sat and stretched out their legs. Isabelle heard them opening their packs, burrowing through for the last bits of their food. Somewhere deep inside, an animal scurried around, its claws scratching lightly on the hard-packed dirt floor. Isabelle followed the men inside. Roots hung down from the dripping stone and mud interior. Eduardo knelt down and made a small fire, using the moss he'd picked that morning. "Eat and sleep," he said when the flames danced up. "Tomorrow we make the final trek." He reached for his goatskin bota, drank deeply, and then left the cave. The damp wood crackled and popped, sounding like gunfire in the cave, but Isabelle and the men were too exhausted to even flinch. Isabelle sat down beside McLeish and leaned tiredly against him. "You're a wonder," he said in a hushed voice.
"I've been told I don't make smart decisions. This may be proof of that."
She shivered. Whether from cold or exhaustion, she didn't know. "Dumb but brave," he said with a smile. Isabelle was grateful for the conversation.
"That's me."
"I don't think I've thanked you properly for saving me."
"I don't think I've saved you yet, Torrance."
"Call me Tori," he said. "All my mates do." He said something else, about a girl waiting for him in Ipswich, maybe, but she was too tired to hear what it was. When she wakened, it was raining. "Bollocks," one of the men said. "It's pissing out there." Eduardo stood outside the cave, his strong legs braced widely apart, his face and hair pelted by rain that he seemed not to notice at all. Behind him, there was darkness. The airmen opened their rucksacks. No one had to be told to eat anymore. They knew the routine. When you were allowed to stop, you drank, you ate, you slept, and in that order. When you were awakened, you ate and drank and got to your feet, no matter how much it hurt to do so. As they stood, a groan moved from man to man. A few cursed. It was a rainy, moonless night, utterly dark. They had made it over the mountain, almost 1,000 meters high, where they crossed the previous night, and were halfway down the other side. But the weather was worsening. As Isabelle left the cave, wet branches smacked her in the face. She pushed them away with a gloved hand and kept going. Her walking stick thumped with each step. Rain made the shale as slick as ice and ran in rivulets alongside them. She heard the men grunting in front of her. She trudged forward on blistered, aching feet. The pace set by Eduardo was gruelingly hard. Nothing stopped or slowed the man, and the airmen struggled to keep up. "Look," she heard someone say. In the distance, far away, lights twinkled. A spiderweb pattern of white dots spanned the darkness.
"Spain!"
Eduardo said. The sight rejuvenated the group. They continued, their walking sticks thumping, their feet landing solidly as the ground gradually leveled out. How many hours passed this way? 5, 6? She didn't know. Enough that her legs began to ache, and the small of her back was a pit of pain. She was constantly spitting rain and wiping it out of her eyes, and the emptiness in her stomach was a rabid animal. A pale sheen of daylight began to appear at the horizon, a blade of lavender light, then pink, then yellow as she zigzagged down the trail. Her feet hurt so much she gritted her teeth to keep from crying out in pain. By the 4th nightfall, Isabelle had lost all sense of time and place. She had no idea where they were or how much longer this agony would go on. Her thoughts became a simple plea, tumbling through her mind, keeping pace with her aching steps. The consulate, the consulate, the consulate.
"Stop,"
Eduardo said, holding up his hand. Isabelle stumbled into McLeish. His cheeks were bright red with cold, and his lips were chapped and his breathing ragged. Not far away, past a blurry green hillside, she saw a patrol of soldiers in light green uniforms. Her first thought was, "We are in Spain." And then Eduardo shoved them both behind a stand of trees. They hid for a long time, and then set off again. Hours later, she heard a roar of rushing water. As they neared the river, the sound obliterated everything else. Finally, Eduardo stopped and gathered the men close together. He was standing in a pool of mud, his espadrilles disappearing into the muck. Behind him were gray granite cliffs, upon which spindly trees grew in defiance of the laws of gravity. Bushes sprouted like cattle catchers around formidable gray rocks.
"We hide here until nightfall,"
Eduardo said.
"Over that ridge is the Bidasoa River. On the other bank is Spain. We are close, but close is nothing. Between the river and your freedom are patrols with dogs. These patrols will shoot at anything they see moving. Do not move."
Isabelle watched Eduardo walk away from the group. When he was gone, she and the men hunkered down behind giant boulders and inside the lee of fallen trees. For hours, the rain beat down on them, turned the mud beneath them into a marsh. She shivered and drew her knees into her chest and closed her eyes. Impossibly, she fell into a deep, exhausted sleep that was over much too quickly. At midnight, Eduardo wakened her. The first thing Isabelle noticed when she opened her eyes was that the rain had stopped. The sky overhead was studded with stars. She climbed tiredly to her feet and immediately winced in pain. She could only imagine how much the airmen's feet hurt. She was lucky enough to have shoes that fit. Under cover of night, they set off again, the sound of their footsteps swallowed by the roar of the river. And then they were there, standing amid the trees at the edge of a giant gorge. Far below, the water crashed and roiled and roared, splashing up along the rock sides. Eduardo gathered them close.
"We can't swim across. The rains have made the river a beast that will swallow us all. Follow me."
They walked along the river for a mile or two, and then Eduardo stopped again. She heard a creaking sound, like a boat line stretched by rising seas, and an occasional clatter. At first, there was nothing to see. Then the bright white searchlights on the other side flashed across the white-tipped, rushing river and shone on a rickety suspension bridge that linked this side of the gorge to the opposite shore. There was a Spanish checkpoint not far away, with guards patrolling back and forth.
"Holy Mother of God,"
one of the airmen said.
"Fuck me,"
said another. Isabelle joined the men in a crouch behind some bushes, where they waited, watching the searchlights crisscross the river. It was after 2 a.m. when Eduardo finally nodded. There was no movement on the other side of the gorge at all. If their luck held, or if they had any at all, the sentries were asleep at their posts.
"Let's go,"
Eduardo whispered, getting the men to their feet. He led them to the start of the bridge, a sagging sling with rope sides and a wooden slat floor through which the rushing white river could be seen in strips. Several of the slats were missing. The bridge blew side to side in the wind and made a whining, creaking sound. Isabelle looked at the men, most of whom were pale as ghosts.
"One step at a time,"
Eduardo said.
"The slats look weak, but they'll hold your weight. You have 60 seconds to cross. That's the amount of time between the searchlights. As soon as you get to the other side, drop to your knees and crawl beneath the window of the guardhouse."
"You've done this before, right?" Teddy said, his voice breaking on before.
"Plenty of times, Teddy," Isabelle lied. "And if a girl can do it, a strapping pilot like you will have no problem at all, right?"
He nodded.
"You bet your ass."
Isabelle watched Eduardo cross. When he was on the other side, she gathered the airmen close. One by one, counting off in 60-second intervals, she guided them onto the rope bridge and watched them cross, holding her breath and fisting her hands until each man landed on the opposite shore. Finally, it was her turn. She pushed the sodden hood off her head, waiting for the light to scrape past her and keep going. The bridge looked so flimsy and unsound. But it had held the men's weight. It would hold hers. She clutched the rope sides and stepped onto the first plank. The bridge swung around her, dipped right and left. She glanced down and saw strips of raging white waters 100 feet below. Gritting her teeth, she moved steadily forward, stepping from plank to plank to plank until she was on the other side, where she immediately dropped to her knees. The searchlight passed above her. She scrambled forward and up the embankment and into the bushes on the other side where the airmen were crouched beside Eduardo. Eduardo led them to a hidden hillock of land and finally let them sleep. When the sun rose again, Isabelle blinked dully awake.
"It's not so bad here,"
Tori whispered beside her. Isabelle looked around, bleary-eyed. They were in a gully above a dirt road, hidden by a stand of trees. Eduardo handed them wine. His smile was as bright as the sun that shone in her eyes.
"There,"
he said, pointing to a young woman on a bicycle not far away. Behind her, a town glinted ivory in the sunlight. It looked like something out of a children's picture book, full of turrets and clock towers and church spires.
"Almadora will take you to the consulate in San Sebastian. Welcome to Spain."
Isabelle instantly forgot the struggle it had taken to get here, and the fear that accompanied her every step.
"Thank you, Eduardo."
"It won't be so easy next time," he said.
"It wasn't easy this time," she said.
"They didn't expect us. Soon they will."
He was right, of course. They hadn't had to hide from German patrols or disguise their scents from dogs, and the Spanish sentinels were relaxed.
"But when you come back again, with more pilots, I'll be here," he promised.
She nodded her gratitude and turned to the men around her, who looked as exhausted as she felt.
"Come on, men. Off we go."
Isabelle and the men staggered down the road toward a young woman who stood beside a rusted old bicycle. After the false introductions were made, Almadora led them down a maze of dirt roads and back alleys. Miles passed until they stood outside an elaborate caramel-hued building in Parte Viejo, the old section of San Sebastian. Isabelle could hear the crashing of distant waves against a seawall.
"Merci,"
Isabelle said to the girl.
"De nada."
Isabelle looked up at the glossy black door.
"Come on, men,"
she said, striding up the stone steps. At the door, she knocked hard 3 times and then rang the bell. When a man in a crisp black suit answered, she said,
I am here to see the British consul.
Is he expecting you?
No.
Mademoiselle, the consul is a busy...
I've brought 4 RAF pilots with me from Paris.
The man's eyes bulged a bit. McLeish stepped forward. Lieutenant Torrance McLeish, RAF. The other men followed suit, standing shoulder to shoulder as they introduced themselves. The door opened. Within a matter of moments, Isabelle found herself seated on an uncomfortable leather chair, facing a tired-looking man across a large desk. The airman stood at attention behind her.
I brought you 4 downed airmen from Paris, Isabelle said proudly. We took the train south and then walked across the Pyrenees.
You walked?
Well, perhaps hiked is a more accurate word.
You hiked across the Pyrenees from France and into Spain.
He sat back in his chair, all traces of a smile gone. I can do it again, too. With the increased RAF bombings, there are going to be more downed airmen. To save them, we will need financial help. Money for clothes and papers and food, and something for the people we enlist to shelter us along the way.
You'll want to ring up MI9, McLeish said. They'll pay whatever Juliet's group needs.
The man shook his head, made a tisking sound.
A girl leading pilots across the Pyrenees. Will wonders never cease?
McLeish grinned at Isabelle.
A wonder indeed, sir. I told her the very same thing.
Chapter 20. Getting out of occupied France was difficult and dangerous. Getting back in, at least for a 20-year-old girl with a ready smile, was easy. Only a few days after her arrival in San Sebastian, and after endless meetings and debriefings, Isabelle was on the train bound for Paris again, sitting in one of the wooden banquettes in the third-class carriage, the only seat available on such short notice, watching the Loire Valley pass by. The carriage was freezing cold and packed with loquacious German soldiers and cowed Frenchmen and women who kept their heads down and their hands in their laps. She had a piece of hard cheese and an apple in her handbag, but even though she was hungry, starving really, she didn't open her bag. She felt conspicuous in her ragged, snagged brown pants and woolen coat. Her cheeks were windburned and scratched, and her lips were chapped and dry. But the real changes were within. The pride of what she'd accomplished in the Pyrenees had changed her, matured her. For the first time in her life, she knew exactly what she wanted to do. She had met with an agent from MI9 and formally set up the escape route. She was their primary contact. They called her the Nightingale. In her handbag, hidden in the lining, were 140,000 francs. Enough to set up safe houses and buy food and clothing for the airmen and the people who dared to house them along the way. She'd given her word to her contact, Ian, codenamed Tuesday, that other airmen would follow. Sending word to Paul, "The Nightingale has sung," was perhaps the proudest moment of her life. It was nearing curfew when she disembarked in Paris. The autumnal city shivered beneath a cold, dark sky. Wind tumbled through the bare trees, clattering the empty flower baskets, ruffling and flapping the awnings. She went out of her way to walk past her old apartment on Avenue de la Bourdonnais, and as she passed it, she felt a wave of longing, she supposed. It was as close to a home as she could remember, and she hadn't stepped inside or seen her father in months. Not since the inception of the escape route. It wasn't safe for them to be together. Instead, she went to the small, dingy apartment that was her most recent home. A mismatched table and chairs, a mattress on the floor, and a broken stove. The rug smelled of the last tenant's tobacco, and the walls were water-stained. At her front door, she paused, glanced around. The street was quiet, dark. She fitted the skeleton key in the lock and gave a little twist. At the click of sound, she sensed danger,
Something was wrong, out of place. A shadow where it shouldn't be, a clanking of metal from the bistro next door, abandoned by its owner months ago. She turned slowly around, peered out into the dark, quiet street. Unseen lorries were parked here and there, and a few sad little cafes cast triangles of light onto the sidewalk. Within the glow, soldiers were thin silhouettes, moving back and forth. An air of desertion hung over the once lively neighborhood. Across the street, a lamp stood unlit, a barely darker slash against the night air around it. He was there. She knew it, even though she couldn't see him. She moved down the steps, slowly, her senses alert, taking one cautious step at a time. She was sure she could hear him breathing not far away, watching her. She knew instinctively that he'd been waiting for her to return, worrying. "Gaëtan," she said softly, letting her voice be a lure, casting out, trying to catch him. "You've been following me for months. Why?" Nothing. Silence blew in the wind around her, biting and cold. "Come here," she pleaded, tilting her chin. Still nothing. "Now who isn't ready?" she said. It hurt, that silence, but she understood it too. With all the risks they were taking, love was probably the most dangerous choice of all. Or maybe she was wrong, and he wasn't here. Had never been here, watching her, waiting for her. Maybe she was just a silly girl longing for a man who didn't want her, standing alone in an empty street. No, he was there. That winter was even worse than the year before. An angry god smote Europe with leaden skies and falling snow, day after day after day. The cold was a cruel addendum to a world already bleak and ugly. Carriveau, like so many small towns in the occupied zone, became an island of despair, cut off from its surroundings. The villagers had limited information about what was going on in the world around them, and no one had time to burrow through propagandist papers looking for truth when surviving took so much effort. All they really knew was that the Nazis had become angrier, meaner, since the Americans had joined the war. On a bleak and freezing pre-dawn morning in early February 1942, when tree limbs snapped and window panes looked like cracked pond ice, Vianne woke early and stared at the deeply pitched ceiling of her bedroom. A headache pounded behind her eyes. She felt sweaty and achy. When she drew in a breath, it burned in her lungs and made her cough. Getting out of bed was not appealing, but neither was starving to death. More and more often this winter, their ration cards were useless. There was simply no food to be had, and no shoes or fabric or leather. Vianne no longer had wood for the stove or money to pay for electricity. With gas so dear, the simple act of bathing became a chore to be endured. She and Sophie slept wrapped together like puppies, beneath a mountain of quilts and blankets. In the past few months, Vianne had begun to burn everything made of wood and to sell her valuables. Now, she was wearing almost every piece of clothing she owned. Flannel pants, underwear she'd knitted herself, an old woolen sweater, a neck scarf, and still she shivered when she left the bed. When her feet hit the floor, she winced at the pain from her chilblains. She grabbed a wool skirt and put it on over her pants. She'd lost so much weight this winter that she had to pin the waist in place. Coughing, she went downstairs. Her breath preceded her in white puffs that disappeared almost instantly. She limped past the guest room door. The captain was gone, and had been for weeks. As much as Vianne hated to admit it, his absences were worse than his appearances these days. At least when he was there was food to eat and a fire in the hearth. He refused to let the home be cold. Vianne ate as little of the food he provided as she could. She told herself it was her duty to be hungry.
But what mother could let her child suffer? Was Vianne really supposed to let Sophie starve to prove her loyalty to France? In the darkness, she added another pair of holy socks to the 2 pairs already on her feet. Then she wrapped herself in a blanket and put on the mittens she'd recently knit from an old baby blanket of Sophie's. In the frost-limbed kitchen, she lit an oil lamp and carried it outside, moving slowly, breathing hard as she climbed the slick, icy hillside to the barn. Twice she slipped and fell on the frozen grass. The barn's metal door handle felt burningly cold, even through her heavy mittens. She had to use all of her weight to slide the door open. Inside, she set down the lantern. The idea of moving the car was almost more than she could stand in her weakened state. She took a deep, painful breath, steeled herself, and went to the car. She put it in neutral, then bent down to the bumper and pushed with all of her strength. The car rolled forward slowly, as if in judgment. When the trap door was revealed, she retrieved the oil lamp and climbed slowly down the ladder. In the long, dark months since her firing and the end of her money, she had sold off her family's treasures one by one. A painting to feed the rabbits and chickens through the winter, a Limoges tea set for a sack of flour, silver salt and pepper shakers for a stringy pair of hens. Opening her maman's jewelry box, she stared down into the velvet-lined interior. Not long ago, there had been lots of paste jewelry in here, as well as a few good pieces. Earrings, a filigree silver bracelet, a brooch made of rubies and hammered metal. Only the pearls were left. Vianne removed one mitten and reached down for the pearls, scooping them into her palm. They shone in the light, as lustrous as a young woman's skin. They were the last link to her mother, and to their family's heritage. Now Sophie would not wear them on her wedding day, or hand them down to her own daughters. "But she will eat this winter," Vianne said. She wasn't sure if it was grief that serrated her voice, or sadness, or relief. She was lucky to have something to sell. She gazed down at the pearls, felt their weight in her palm, the way they drew warmth from her body for themselves. For a split second, she saw them glow. Then, grimly, she put the mitten over her hand and climbed back up the ladder. 3 more weeks passed in desolate cold, with no sign of Beck. On a frozen late February morning, Vianne woke with a pounding headache and a fever. Coughing, she climbed out of bed and shivered, slowly lifting a blanket from the bed. She wrapped it around herself, but it didn't help. She shivered uncontrollably, even though she wore pants and 2 sweaters and 3 pairs of socks. The wind howled outside, clattering against the shutters, rattling the ice-sheened glass beneath the blackout shade. She moved slowly through her morning routine, trying not to breathe too deeply lest a cough come up from her chest. On chilblained feet that radiated pain with every step, she made Sophie a meager breakfast of watery corn mush. Then the 2 of them went out into the falling snow. In silence, they trudged to town. Snow fell relentlessly, whitening the road in front of them, coating the trees. The church sat on a small, jutting bit of land at the edge of town, bordered on one side by the river and backed by the limestone walls of the old abbey. "Maman, are you all right?" Vianne had hunched forward again. She squeezed her daughter's hand, feeling nothing but mitten on mitten. The breath stuttered in her lungs, burned. "I'm fine." "You should have eaten breakfast." "I wasn't hungry," Vianne said. "Ha!" Sophie said, trudging forward through the heavy snow. Vianne led Sophie into the chapel. Inside, it was warm enough that they no longer saw their breath. The nave arched gracefully upward, shaped like hands held together in prayer, held in place by graceful wooden beams. Stained glass windows glittered with bits of color. Most of the pews were filled, but no one was talking.
not on a day this cold, in a winter this bad. The church bells pealed, and a clanging echoed in the nave, and the giant doors slammed shut, extinguishing what little natural light could make it through the snow. Father Joseph, a kindly old priest who had presided over this church for the whole of Vianne's life, stepped up to the pulpit. "We will pray today for our men who are gone. We will pray that this war does not last much longer. And we will pray for the strength to resist our enemy and stay true to who we are." This was not the sermon Vianne wanted to hear. She had come to church, braved the cold, to be comforted by Father's sermon on this Sunday, to be inspired by words like honor and duty and loyalty. But today, those ideals felt far, far away. How could you hold on to ideals when you were sick and cold and starving? How could she look at her neighbors when she was taking food from the enemy, even as small an amount as it was? Others were hungrier. She was so deep in thought that it took her a moment to realize the service had ended. Vianne stood, feeling a wave of dizziness at the motion. She clutched the pew for support. "Maman, I'm fine." In the aisle to their left, the parishioners, mostly women, filed past. Each looked as weak and thin and washed out as she felt, wrapped in layers of wool and newsprint. Sophie took Vianne's hand and led her toward the wide-open double doors. At the threshold, Vianne paused, shivering and coughing. She didn't want to go out into the cold white world again. She stepped over the threshold, where Antoine had carried her after their wedding. No, that was the threshold of Le Jardin. She was confused. And out into the snowstorm. Vianne held the heavy-knit scarf around her head, clutching it closed at her throat. Bending forward, angling into the wind, she trudged through the wet, heavy snow. By the time she reached the broken gate in her yard, she was breathing heavily and coughing hard. She stepped around the snow-covered motorcycle with the machine-gun-mounted sidecar and went into the orchard of bare branches. He was back, she thought dully. Now Sophie would eat. She was almost to the front door when she felt herself start to fall. "Maman!" She heard Sophie's voice, heard the fear in it, and thought, "I'm scaring her." And she regretted it, but her legs were too weak to carry her, and she was tired, so tired. From far away, she heard the door crack open, heard her daughter scream, "Herr Captain!" And then she heard boot heels striking wood. She hit the ground hard, cracked her head on the snow-covered step, and lay there. She thought, "I'll rest for a bit. Then I'll get up and make Sophie lunch. But what is there to eat?" The next thing she knew, she was floating. No, maybe flying. She couldn't open her eyes. She was so tired and her head hurt, but she could feel herself moving, being rocked. "Antoine, is that you? Are you holding me?" "Open the door," someone said, and there was a crack of wood on wood, and then, "I'm going to take off her coat. Go get Madame de Champlain, Sophie." Vianne felt herself being laid on something soft. A bed. She wet her chapped, dry lips and tried to open her eyes. It took considerable effort and 2 tries. When she finally managed it, her vision was blurry. Captain Beck was sitting beside her on her bed, in her bedroom. He was holding her hand and leaning forward, his face close to hers. "Madame?" She felt his warm breath on her face. "Vianne!" Rachel said, coming into the room at a run. Captain Beck got to his feet instantly. "She fainted in the snow, madame, and cracked her head on the step. I carried her up here." "I'm grateful," Rachel said, nodding. "I'll take care of her now, Herr Captain." Beck stood there.
She doesn't eat, he said stiffly. All the food goes to Sophie. I have fought this. That's motherhood in war, Herr Captain. Now, if you'll excuse me. She stepped past him and sat down on the bed beside Vianne. He stood there another moment, looking flustered, and then he left the room. So you are giving her everything, Rachel said softly, stroking Vianne's damp hair. What else can I do? Vianne said. Not die, Rachel said. Sophie needs you. Vianne sighed heavily and closed her eyes. She fell into a deep sleep in which she dreamed she was lying on a softness that was acres and acres of black field, sprawled out from her on all sides. She could hear people calling out to her from the darkness, hear them walking toward her, but she had no desire to move. She just slept and slept and slept. When she woke, it was to find herself on her own divan in her living room, with a fire roaring in the grate not far away. She sat up slowly, feeling weak and unsteady. Sophie? The guest room door opened, and Captain Beck appeared. He was dressed in flannel pajamas and a woolen cardigan and his jackboots. He said, Bonsoir, madame, and smiled. It is good to have you back. She was wearing her flannel pants and 2 sweaters and socks and a knit hat. Who had dressed her? How long did I sleep? Just a day. He walked past her and went into the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with a cup of steaming café au lait and a wedge of blue cheese and piece of ham and a chunk of bread. Saying nothing, he set the food down on the table beside her. She looked at it, her stomach grumbling painfully. Then she looked up at the captain. You hit your head and could have died. Vianne touched her forehead, felt the bump that was tender. What happens to Sophie if you die? He asked. Have you considered this? You were gone so long. There wasn't enough food for both of us. Eat, he said, gazing down at her. She didn't want to look away. Her relief at his return shamed her. When she finally did, when she dragged her gaze sideways, she saw the food. She reached out and took the plate in her hands, bringing it toward her. The salty, smoky scent of the ham, combined with the slightly stinky aroma of the cheese, intoxicated her, overwhelmed her better intentions, seduced her so thoroughly that there was no choice to be made. In early March of 1942, spring still felt far away. Last night the Allies had bombed the hell out of the Renault factory in Boulogne-Billancourt, killing hundreds in the suburb on the outskirts of Paris. It had made the Parisians, Isabelle included, jumpy and irritable. The Americans had entered the war with a vengeance. Air raids were a fact of life now. On this cold and rainy evening, Isabelle pedaled her bicycle down a muddy, rutted country road in a heavy fog. Rain plastered her hair to her face and blurred her vision. In the mist, sounds were amplified. The cry of a pheasant disturbed by the sucking sound of her wheels in the mud. The near constant drone of aeroplanes overhead. The lowing of cattle in a field she couldn't see. A woolen hood was her only protection. As if being drawn in charcoal on vellum by an uncertain hand, the demarcation line slowly came into view. She saw coils of barbed wire stretched out on either side of a black and white checkpoint gate. Beside it, a German sentry sat in a chair, his rifle rested across his lap. At Isabelle's approach, he stood and pointed the gun at her. Halt! She slowed the bike. The wheels stuck in the mud, and she nearly flew from her seat. She dismounted, stepped down into the muck. 500-franc notes were sewn into the lining of her coat, as well as a set of false identity papers for an airman hiding in a safe house nearby. She smiled at the German, walked her bicycle toward him, thumping through muddy potholes. Documents, he said.
She handed him her forged Juliet papers. He glanced down at them, barely interested. She could tell that he was unhappy to be manning such a quiet boarder in the rain. "Pass," he said, sounding bored. She repocketed her papers and climbed back onto her bicycle, pedaling away as quickly as she could on the wet road. An hour and a half later, she reached the outskirts of the small town of Brantôme. Here, in the free zone, there were no German soldiers, although lately the French police had proven to be as dangerous as the Nazis, so she didn't let her guard down. For centuries, the town of Brantôme had been considered a sacred place that could both heal the body and enlighten the soul. After the Black Death and the 100 Years' War ravaged the countryside, the Benedictine monks built an immense limestone abbey backed by soaring gray cliffs on one side and the wide Dran River on the other. Across the street from the caves at the end of town was one of the newest safe houses, a secret room tucked into an abandoned mill built on a triangle of land between the caves and the river. The ancient wooden mill turned rhythmically, its buckets and wheel furred with moss. The windows were boarded up, and anti-German graffiti covered the stone walls. Isabelle paused in the street, glancing both ways to make sure that no one was watching her. No one was. She locked her bicycle to a tree at the end of town, and then crossed the street and bent down to the cellar door, opening it quietly. All of the doors to the mill house were boarded up, nailed shut. This was the only way inside. She climbed down into the black, musty cellar and reached for the oil lamp she kept on a shelf there. Lighting it, she followed the secret passageway that had once allowed the Benedictine monks to escape from the so-called barbarians. Narrow, steeply pitched stairs led to the kitchen. Opening the door, she slipped into the dusty, cobwebby room and kept going upstairs to the secret 10-by-10 room built behind one of the old storerooms. "She's here. Perk up, Perkins." In the small room, lit only by a single candle, two men got to their feet, stood at attention. Both were dressed as French peasants in ill-fitting clothes. "Captain Ed Perkins, miss," the bigger of the two men said. "And this here loud is Ian Trufford or some such name. He's Welsh, I'm a Yank. We're both damned happy to see you. We've been going half mad in this small space." "Only half mad?" she asked. Water dripped from her hooded cloak and made a puddle around her feet. She wanted nothing more than to crawl into her sleeping bag and go to sleep, but she had business to conduct first. "Perkins, you say?" "Yes, miss." "From?" "Bend, Oregon, miss. My pa's a plumber and my ma makes the best apple pie in 4 counties. "What's the weather like in Bend this time of year?" "What's this, middle of March? Cold, I guess. Not snowing anymore, maybe, but no sunshine yet." She bent her neck from side to side, massaging the pain in her shoulders. All this pedaling and lying and sleeping on the floor took a toll. She interrogated the two men until she was certain they were who they said they were. 2 downed airmen who'd been waiting weeks for their chance to get out of France. When she was finally convinced, she opened her rucksack and brought out supper, such as it was. The 3 of them sat on a ragged, mouse-eaten carpet on the floor, with the candle set in the middle. She brought out a baguette and a wedge of camembert and a bottle of wine, which they passed around. The Yank, Perkins, talked almost constantly, while the Welshman chewed in silence, saying no thank you to the offer of wine. "You must have a husband somewhere who is worried about you," Perkins said as she closed her rucksack. She smiled. Already this had become a common question, especially from the men her age. "And you must have a wife who is waiting for word," she said. It was what she always said, a pointed reminder. "Nah," Perkins said. "Not me. A lug like me don't have girls lining up. And now—" She frowned. "Now what?" "I know it's not exactly heroic to think about, but I could walk out of this boarded-up house in this town I can't fucking pronounce and get shot by some guy I got nothing against. I could die trying to bike across your hills." "Mountains." "I could get shot walking into Spain by the Spanish or the Nazis.
Hell, I could probably freeze to death in your damned hills.
Mountains, she said again, her gaze steady on his. That's not going to happen. Ian made a sighing sound.
There, you see, Perkins, this slip of a girl is going to save us.
The Welshman gave her a tired smile.
I'm glad you're here, miss. This lad's been sending me round the bend with his chatter.
You might as well let him talk, Ian. By this time tomorrow, it'll take all you have inside to keep breathing.
The hills?
Perkins asked, his eyes wide.
Oui, she said, smiling. The hills.
Americans. They didn't listen. In late May, spring brought life and color and warmth back to the Loire Valley. Vianne found peace in her garden. Today, as she pulled weeds and planted vegetables, a caravan of lorries and soldiers and Mercedes-Benzes rolled past Le Jardin. In the 5 months since the Americans had joined the war, the Nazis had lost all pretense of politeness. They were always busy now, marching and rallying and gathering at the munitions dump. The Gestapo and the SS were everywhere, looking for saboteurs and resistors. It took nothing to be called a terrorist, just a whispered accusation. The roar of aeroplanes overhead was nearly constant, as were bombings. How often this spring had someone sidled up to Vianne while she was in a queue for food or walking through town or waiting at the post, and asked her about the latest BBC broadcast. "I have no radio. They are not allowed," was always her response, and it was true. Still, every time she was asked such a question, she felt a shiver of fear. They had learned a new word. Les collabos, the collaborators. French men and women who did the Nazis' dirty work, who spied on friends and neighbors and reported back to the enemy, relaying every infraction, real or imagined. On their word, people had begun to be arrested for little things, and many who were taken to the commandant's office were never seen again.
Madame Mauriac!
Sarah ran through the broken gate and into the yard. She looked frail and too thin, her skin so pale the blood vessels showed through.
You need to help my maman.
Vianne sat back on her heels and pushed the straw hat back on her head.
What's wrong? Did she hear from Mark?
I don't know what's wrong, madame. Maman won't talk. When I told her Ari was hungry and needed changing, she shrugged and said, "What does it matter? She's in the backyard just staring at her sewing."
Vianne got to her feet and peeled off her gardening gloves, tucking them into the pocket of her denim overalls. "I'll check on her. Get Sophie and we'll all walk over." While Sarah was in the house, Vianne washed her hands and face at the outdoor pump and put away her hat. In its place, she tied a bandana around her head. As soon as the girls were with her, Vianne put her gardening tools in the shed, and the three of them headed next door. When Vianne opened the door, she found 3-year-old Ari asleep on the rug. She scooped him into her arms, kissed his cheek, and turned to the girls.
"Why don't you go play in Sarah's room?"
She lifted the blackout shade, saw Rachel sitting alone in the backyard.
"Is my maman okay?"
Sarah asked. Vianne nodded distractedly.
"Run along now."
As soon as the girls were in the next room, she took Ari into Rachel's room and put him in his crib. She didn't bother covering him, not on a day this warm. Outside, Rachel was in her favorite wooden chair, seated beneath the chestnut tree. At her feet was her sewing basket. She wore a brown khaki twill jumpsuit and a paisley turban. She was smoking a small brown hand-rolled cigarette. There was a bottle of brandy beside her, and an empty cafe glass. "Rach?"
Sarah went for reinforcements, I see.
Vianne moved to stand beside Rachel. She laid a hand on her friend's shoulder. She could feel Rachel trembling. "Is it Mark?" Rachel shook her head.
Thank God.
Rachel reached sideways for the brandy bottle, pouring herself a glass. She drank deeply, emptied the glass, then set it down.
They have passed a new statute, she said at last.
Slowly, she unfurled her left hand to reveal wrinkled bits of yellow cloth that had been cut into the shape of a star. Written on each one was the word Juif in black.
We are to wear these, Rachel said. We have to stitch them onto our clothes, the 3 pieces of outerwear we are allowed, and wear them at all times in public. I had to buy them with my ration cards. Maybe I shouldn't have registered. If we don't wear them, we are subject to severe sanctions, whatever that means.
Vianne sat down in the chair beside her.
But you've seen the posters in town, how they show us Jews as vermin to be swept away and money grubbers who want to own everything. I can handle it, but what about Sarah? She'll feel so ashamed. It's hard enough to be 11 without this, Vianne.
Don't do it.
It is immediate arrest if you're caught not wearing it. And they know about me. I've registered. And there's Beck. He knows I'm Jewish.
In the silence that followed, Vianne knew they were both thinking of the arrests that were taking place around Carrivaux, of the people who were disappearing.
You could go to the free zone, Vianne said softly. It's only 4 miles away.
A Jew can't get an Ausweis, and if I got caught...
Vianne nodded. It was true. Running was perilous, especially with children. If Rachel were caught crossing the frontier without an Ausweis, she would be arrested or executed.
I'm afraid,
Rachel said. Vianne reached over and held her friend's hand. They stared at each other. Vianne tried to come up with something to say, a bit of hope to offer, but there was nothing.
It's going to get worse.
Vianne was thinking the same thing.
Maman?
Sarah came into the backyard, holding Sophie's hand. The girls looked frightened and confused. They knew how wrong things were these days, and both had learned a new kind of fear. It broke Vianne's heart to see how changed these girls had already been by the war. Only 3 years ago, they'd been ordinary children who laughed and played and defied their mothers for fun. Now they moved forward cautiously, as if bombs could be buried beneath their feet. Both were thin, their puberty held at bay by poor nutrition. Sarah's dark hair was still long, but she'd begun to yank it out in her sleep, so there were balding patches here and there, and Sophie never went anywhere without Bébé. The poor pink stuffed animal was beginning to spew stuffing around the house.
Here,
Rachel said.
Come here.
The girls shuffled forward, holding hands so tightly they appeared fused together. And in a way they were, as were Rachel and Vianne, joined by a friendship so strong it was maybe all they had left to believe in. Sarah sat in the chair by Rachel, and Sophie finally let her friend go. She came over to stand by Vianne. Rachel looked at Vianne. In that single glance, sorrow flowed between them. How could they have to say things like this to their children?
These yellow stars,
Rachel said, opening her fist, revealing the ugly little flower of ragged fabric with its black marking.
We have to wear them on our clothes at all times now.
Sarah frowned.
But why?
We're Jews,
Rachel said.
And we're proud of that. You have to remember how proud we are of it, even if people...
Nazis,
Vianne said, more sharply than intended.
Nazis, Rachel added, want to make us feel bad about it.
Will people make fun of me?
Sarah asked, her eyes widening.
I will wear one too,
Sophie said. Sarah looked pathetically hopeful at that. Rachel reached out for her daughter's hand and held it.
No, baby, this is one thing you and your best friend can't do together.
Vianne saw Sarah's fear and embarrassment and confusion. She was trying her best to be a good girl, to smile, and be strong even as tears glazed her eyes.
We,
she said at last. It was the saddest sound Vianne had heard in nearly 3 years of sorrow. Chapter 21. When summer came to the Loire Valley, it was as hot as the winter had been cold. Vianne longed to open her bedroom window to let air in, but not a breeze stirred on this hot, late June night. She pushed the damp hair from her face and slumped in her chair by the bed. Sophie made a whimpering sound. In it, Vianne heard a muddled, drawn-out, "Maman," and she dipped her rag into the bowl of water she'd placed on the only remaining nightstand. The water was as warm as everything else in this upstairs room. She twisted the rag over the bowl, watched the excess water fall back into the bowl. Then she placed the wet rag on her daughter's forehead. Sophie muttered something incomprehensible and started to thrash. Vianne held her down, whispering love words in her ear, feeling heat against her lips. "Sophie," she said, the name a prayer with no beginning, no end. "I'm here." She said it over and over until Sophie calmed again. The fever was getting worse. For days now, Sophie had been ailing, feeling achy and out of sorts. At first, Vianne thought it was an excuse to avoid the responsibilities they shared. Gardening, laundry, canning, sewing. Vianne was constantly trying to do more, get more done. Even now, in the middle of the summer, she worried about the coming winter. This morning had shown Vianne the truth, however, and made her feel like a terrible mother for not seeing it from the start. Sophie was sick, very sick. She had been plagued by fever all day, and her temperature was rising. She hadn't been able to keep anything down, not even the water her body needed so desperately. "How about some lemonade?" she said. No answer. Vianne leaned over and kissed Sophie's hot cheek. Dropping the rag back into the bowl full of water, she went downstairs. On the dining room table, a box waited to be filled, her most recent care package to Antoine. She'd started it yesterday and would have finished and mailed it off if not for Sophie's turn for the worse. She was almost at the kitchen when she heard her daughter's scream. Vianne ran back up the stairs. "Maman!" Sophie croaked, coughing. It was a terrible rattling sound. She thrashed in the bed, yanking at the blankets, trying to shove them away. Vianne tried to calm her daughter, but Sophie was a wildcat, twisting and screaming and coughing. If only she had some of Dr. Collis Brown's chlorodyne. It worked magic on a cough, but of course there was none left. "It's all right, Soph. Maman is here," Vianne said soothingly, but her words had no effect. Beck appeared beside her. She knew she should be angry that he was here in her bedroom, but she was too tired and scared to lie to herself. "I don't know how to help her. There are no aspirin or antibiotics to be had at any price in town." "Not even for pearls?" She looked at him in surprise. "You know I sold my maman's pearls?" "I live with you," he paused. "I make it my business to know what you are doing." She didn't know what to say to that. He looked down at Sophie. "She coughed all night. I could hear it." Sophie had gone still, frighteningly so. "She'll get better." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle of antibiotics. "Here." She looked up at him. Was she overstating it to think that he was saving her daughter's life? Or did he want her to think that? She could rationalize what it meant to take food from him. After all, he needed to eat, and it was her job to cook for him. This was a favor, pure and simple, and there would be a price for it. "Take it," he said gently. She took the bottle from him. For a second, they were both holding it. She felt his fingers against hers. Their gazes locked, and something passed between them. A question was asked and answered. "Thank you," she said. "You are most welcome." "Sir, the Nightingale is here." The British consul nodded. "Send her in." Isabelle entered the dark, mahogany-lined office at the end of the elaborate hallway. Before she even reached the desk, the man behind it stood. "Good to see you again." She sank into the uncomfortable leather chair and took the glass of brandy he offered. This latest crossing of the Pyrenees had been difficult, even in the perfect July weather. One of the American airmen had had difficulty following a girl's orders and had gone off on his own. They'd gotten word that he'd been arrested by the Spaniards. "Yanks," she said, shaking her head. There was no more that needed to be said. She and her contact, Ian, codename Tuesday, had worked together from the beginning of the Nightingale escape route. With help from Paul's network, they had set up a complex series of safe houses across France and a group of partisans ready to give their lives to help the downed airmen get home. French men and women scanned the skies at night, watching for aeroplanes in trouble and parachutes floating downward. They combed the streets, peering into shadows, looking through barns, seeking Allied soldiers in hiding. Once back in England, the pilots couldn't fly missions again, not with their knowledge of the network. Instead, they prepared their colleagues for the worst, taught them evasion techniques, told them how to find help, and supplied them with franc notes and compasses and photographs ready-made for false papers. Isabelle sipped the brandy. Experience had taught her to be cautious with alcohol after the crossing. She was usually more dehydrated than she realized, especially in the heat of summer. Ian pushed an envelope toward her. She took it, counted the franc notes inside, and slid the money into a pocket in her coat. "That's 87 airmen you've brought us in the past 8 months, Isabelle," he said, taking his seat. Only in this room, one-on-one, did he use her real name. In all official correspondence with MI9, she was the Nightingale. To the other employees of the consulate and in Britain, she was Juliette Gervais. "I think you should slow down." "Slow down?" "The Germans are looking for the Nightingale, Isabelle." "That's old news, Ian." "They're trying to infiltrate your escape route. Nazis are out there pretending to be downed airmen. If you pick up one of them..." "We're careful, Ian. You know that. I interrogate every man myself, and the network in Paris is tireless." "They're looking for the Nightingale. If they find you..." "They won't." She got to her feet. He stood too and faced her. "Be careful, Isabelle." "Always." He came around the desk and took her by the arm and led her out of the building. She took a little time to enjoy the seaside beauty of San Sebastian, to walk along the path above the crashing white surf below, and enjoy buildings that didn't bear swastikas, but such moments of brushing up to ordinary life were a luxury she couldn't indulge for long. She sent Paul a message via courier that read, "Dear Uncle, I hope this note finds you well. I am at our favorite place by the sea. Our friends have arrived safely. Tomorrow I shall visit Grand-Mère in Paris at 3 o'clock. Love always, Juliette." She returned to Paris via a circuitous route. She stopped at each of the safe houses, in Carrevaux and Brantôme and Pau and Poitiers, and paid her helpers. The feeding and clothing of airmen in hiding was no small undertaking, and since every man, woman, and child, mostly women, who maintained the escape route, did so at the risk of their lives, the network strived to make it not ruinous financially, too. She never walked through the streets of Carrevaux, hidden beneath a cloak and hood, without thinking about her sister. Lately, she had begun to miss Vianne and Sophie. Memories of their nights playing belote or checkers by the fire, Vianne teaching Isabelle to knit, or trying to, and Sophie's laughter had taken on a warm patina. She imagined sometimes that Vianne had offered Isabelle a possibility she hadn't seen at the time, a home. But it was too late for that now. Isabelle couldn't risk putting Vianne in danger by showing up at Le Jardin. Surely Beck would ask what she'd been doing in Paris for so long. Maybe he would wonder enough to check. In Paris, she exited the train amid a crowd of drab-eyed, dark-clothed people who looked like they belonged in an Edvard Munch painting. As she passed the glittering gold dome of the Invalides, a light fog moved through the streets, plucking color from the trees. Most of the cafes were closed, their chairs and tables stacked beneath tattered awnings. Across the street was the apartment she'd called home for the past month, a dark, squalid, lonely little attic tucked above an abandoned charcuterie. The walls still smelled vaguely of pork and spices. She heard someone yell, "Halt!" Whistles shrieked. People screamed. Several Wehrmacht soldiers, accompanied by French policemen, encircled a small group of people who immediately dropped to their knees and raised their arms. She saw yellow stars on their chests. Isabelle slowed. Anouk appeared beside her, linking her arm through Isabelle's. "Bonjour," she said in a voice so animated it alerted Isabelle to the fact that they were being watched, or at least Anouk worried that they were. "You are like a character in one of those American comics, the way you appear and disappear. The Shadow, perhaps." Anouk smiled. "And how was your latest holiday in the mountains?" "Unremarkable." Anouk leaned close. "We hear word of something being planned. The Germans are recruiting women for clerical work on Sunday night. Double pay, all very secretive." Isabelle slipped the envelope full of franc notes from her pocket and handed it to Anouk, who dropped it into her open handbag. "Night work? And clerical?" "Paul has gotten you a position," Anouk said. "You start at 9. When you are finished, go to your father's apartment. He will be waiting for you." "Oui." "It might be dangerous." Isabelle shrugged. "What isn't?" That night, Isabelle walked across town to the prefecture of police. There was a hum in the pavement beneath her feet. The sound of vehicles moving somewhere close by. A lot of them. "You there!" Isabelle stopped, smiled. A German walked up to her, his rifle at the ready. His gaze dropped to her chest, looking for a yellow star. "I am to work tonight," she said, indicating the prefecture of police building in front of her. Although the windows were blacked out, the place was busy. There were German Wehrmacht officers and French gendarmes milling about, going in and out of the building, which was an oddity at this late hour. In the courtyard was a long row of buses parked end to end. The drivers stood together in a huddle, smoking and talking. The policeman cocked his head. "Go." Isabelle clutched the collar of her drab brown coat. Although it was warm out, she didn't want to draw attention to herself tonight. One of the best ways to disappear in plain sight was to dress like a wren. Brown, brown, and more brown. She had covered her blonde hair with a black scarf, tied in a turban style with a big knot in front, and had used no cosmetics, not even lipstick. She kept her head down as she walked through a throng of men in French police uniforms. Just inside the building, she stopped. It was a huge space with staircases on either side and office doors spaced every few feet. But tonight it looked like a sweatshop, with hundreds of women seated at desks, pressed close together. Telephones rang non-stop, and French police officers moved in a rush. "You are here to help with the sorting?" asked a bored French gendarme at the desk nearest the door. "Oui. I'll find you a place to work. Come with me." He led her around the perimeter of the room. Desks were spaced so closely together that Isabelle had to turn sideways to make her way down the narrow aisle to the empty desk he'd indicated. When she sat down and scooted close, she was elbow to elbow with the women on either side of her. The surface of her desk was covered with card boxes. She opened the first box and saw the stack of cards within. She pulled out the first one and stared at it. Sternholtz, Isaac, 12 Avenue Rast, 4th Arrondissement, Sabotier, clogmaker. It went on to list his wife and children. "You are to separate the foreign-born Jews," said the gendarme, whom she hadn't noticed had followed her. "Pardon?" she said, taking out another card. This one was for Bear, Simone. "That box there, the empty one, separate the Jews born in France from those born elsewhere. We are only interested in foreign-born Jews, men, women, and children." "Why?" "They're Jews. Who cares? Now get to work." Isabelle turned back around in her seat. She had hundreds of cards in front of her, and there were at least 100 women in this room. The sheer scale of this operation was impossible to comprehend. What could it possibly mean? "How long have you been here?" she asked the woman beside her. "Days," the woman said, opening another box. "My children weren't hungry last night for the first time in months." "What are we doing?" The woman shrugged. "I've heard them saying something about Operation Spring Wind." "What does it mean?" "I don't want to know." Isabelle flipped through the cards in the box. One near the end stopped her. Lévy, Paul, 61 Rue Blondine, Apartment C, 7th Arrondissement, Professor of Literature. She got to her feet so fast she bumped into the woman beside her, who cursed at the interruption. The cards on her desk slid to the floor in a cascade. Isabelle immediately knelt down and gathered them up, daring to stick Monsieur Lévy's card up her sleeve. The moment she stood, someone grabbed her by the arm and dragged her down the narrow aisle. She bumped into women all down the row. In the empty space by the wall, she was twisted around and shoved back so hard she slammed into the wall. "What is the meaning of this?" snarled the French policeman, his grip on her arm tight enough to leave a bruise. Could he feel the index card beneath her sleeve?
"I'm sorry, so sorry. I need to work, but I'm sick, you see. The flu."
She coughed as loudly as she could. Isabelle walked past him and left the building. Outside, she kept coughing until she got to the corner. There, she started to run.
What could it mean?
Isabelle peered past the blackout shade in the apartment, staring down at the avenue. Papa sat at the dining room table, nervously drumming his ink-stained fingers on the wood. It felt good to be here again, with him, after months away, but she was too agitated to relax and enjoy the homey feel of the place.
"You must be mistaken, Isabelle,"
Papa said, on his second brandy since her return.
"You said there had to be tens of thousands of guards. That would be all the Jewish people in Paris. Surely."
"Question what it means, Papa, but not the facts," she answered.
"The Germans are collecting the names and addresses of every foreign-born Jewish person in Paris. Men, women, and children."
"But why? Paul Lévy is of Polish descent, it's true, but he has lived here for decades. He fought for France in the Great War. His brother died for France. The Vichy government has assured us that veterans are protected from the Nazis."
"Vianne was asked for a list of names," Isabelle said. "She was asked to write down every Jewish, communist, and Freemason teacher at her school. Afterward, they were all fired."
"They can hardly fire them twice."
He finished his drink and poured another.
"And it is the French police gathering names. If it were the Germans, it would be different."
Isabelle had no answer to that. They had been having this same conversation for at least 3 hours. Now it was edging past 2 in the morning, and neither of them could come up with a credible reason why the Vichy government and the French police were collecting the names and addresses of every foreign-born Jewish person living in Paris. She saw a flash of silver outside. Lifting the shade a little higher, she stared down at the dark street. A row of buses rolled down the avenue, their painted headlamps off, looking like a slow-moving centipede that stretched for blocks. She had seen buses outside of the Prefecture of Police, dozens of them parked in the courtyard. "Papa!" Before she could finish, she heard footsteps coming up the stairs outside of the apartment. A pamphlet of some kind slid into the apartment through the slit beneath the door. Papa left the table and bent to pick it up. He brought it to the table and set it down next to the candle. Isabelle stood behind him. Papa looked up at her. It's a warning. It says the police are going to round up all the foreign-born Jews and deport them to camps in Germany.
We are talking when we need to be acting, Isabelle said. We need to hide our friends in the building.
It's so little, Papa said. His hand was shaking. It made her wonder again, sharply, what he'd seen in the Great War, what he knew that she did not.
It's what we can do, Isabelle said. We can make some of them safe, at least for tonight. We'll know more tomorrow.
Safe? And where would that be, Isabelle? If the French police are doing this, we are lost.
Isabelle had no answer for that. Saying no more, they left the apartment. Stealth was difficult in a building as old as this one, and her father, moving in front of her, had never been light on his feet. Brandy made him even more unsteady as he led her down the narrow, twisting staircase to the apartment directly below theirs. He stumbled twice, cursing his imbalance. He knocked on the door. He waited to the count of 10 and knocked again, harder this time. Very slowly, the door opened, just a crack at first, and then all the way.
"Oh, Julien, it is you,"
said Ruth Friedman. She was wearing a man's coat over a floor-length nightgown, with her bare feet sticking out beneath. Her hair was in rollers and covered with a scarf.
"You've seen the pamphlet?"
"I got one. Is it true?" she whispered.
"I don't know," her father said. "There are buses out front, and lorries have been rumbling past all night. Isabelle was at the Prefecture of Police tonight, and they were collecting the names and addresses of all foreign-born Jewish people. We think you should bring the children to our place for now. We have a hiding place."
"But my husband is a prisoner of war. The Vichy government promises us that we will be protected." "I am not sure we can trust the Vichy government, madame," Isabelle said to the woman. "Please, just hide for now."
Ruth stood there a moment, her eyes widening. The yellow star on her overcoat was a stark reminder of the way the world had changed. Isabelle saw when the woman decided. She turned on her heel and walked out of the room. Less than a minute later, she guided her 2 daughters toward the door.
"What do we bring?"
"Nothing," Isabelle said. She herded the Friedmans up the stairs. When they reached the safety of the apartment, her father led them to the secret room in the back bedroom and closed the door on them.
"I'll get the Wisniaks," Isabelle said. "Don't put the armoire back in place yet."
"They're on the 3rd floor, Isabelle. You'll never—"
"Lock the front door behind me. Don't open it unless you hear my voice."
"Isabelle, no!"
She was already gone, running down the stairs, barely touching the banister in her haste. When she was nearly to the 3rd floor landing, she heard voices below. They were coming up the stairs. She was too late. She crouched where she was, hidden by the elevator. 2 French policemen stepped onto the landing. The younger of the 2 knocked twice on the Wisniak's door, waited a second or 2, and then kicked it open. Inside, a woman wailed. Isabelle crept closer, listening.
"Are Madame Wisniak?" the policeman on the left said. "Your husband is Emile, and your children Anton and Helene?"
Isabelle peered around the corner. Madame Wisniak was a beautiful woman, with skin the color of fresh cream, and luxurious hair that never looked as messy as it did now. She was wearing a lacy silk negligee that must have cost a fortune when it was purchased. Her young son and daughter, whom she had pulled in close, were wide-eyed.
"Pack up your things. Just the necessaries. You are being relocated,"
said the older policeman as he flipped through a list of names.
"But my husband is in prison near Pithiviers. How will he find us?"
"After the war, you will come back."
"Oh,"
Madame Wisniak frowned, ran a hand through her tangled hair.
"Your children are French-born citizens," the policeman said. "You may leave them here. They are not on my list."
Isabelle couldn't remain hidden. She got to her feet and descended the stairs to the landing.
"I'll take them for you, Lily,"
she said, trying to sound calm.
"No!"
The children wailed in unison, clinging to their mother. The French policeman turned to her. "What is your name?" one of them asked Isabelle. She froze. Which name should she give? "Rossignol," she said at last, although without the corresponding papers it was a dangerous choice. Still, Gervaise might make them wonder why she was in this building at almost 3 a.m, putting her nose in her neighbor's business. The policeman consulted his list and then waved her away. "Go! You are no concern to me tonight." Isabelle looked past them to Lily Wisniak.
"I'll take the children, madame."
Lily seemed not to comprehend.
"You think I'll leave them behind?" "I think—"
"Enough!" the older policeman yelled, thumping his rifle butt on the floor. "You!" he said to Isabelle. "Get out! This doesn't concern you."
"Madame, please," Isabelle pleaded. "I'll make sure they are safe."
"Safe?" Lily frowned.
"But we are safe with the French police. We've been assured. And a mother can't leave her children. Someday you'll understand."
She turned her attention to her children.
"Pack a few things."
The French policeman at Isabelle's side touched her arm gently. When she turned, he said, "Go." She saw the warning in his eyes, but couldn't tell if he wanted to scare her or protect her. "Now." Isabelle had no choice. If she stayed, if she demanded answers, sooner or later her name would be passed up to the prefecture of police, maybe even to the Germans. With what she and the network were doing with the escape route, and what her father was doing with false papers, she didn't dare draw attention. Not even for something as slight as demanding to know where a neighbor was being taken. Silently, keeping her gaze on the floor, she didn't trust herself to look at them. She eased past the policeman and headed for the stairs. Chapter 22. After she returned from the Wisniak's apartment, Isabelle lit an oil lamp and went into the salon, where she found her father asleep at the dining room table, his head resting on the hard wood as if he'd passed out. Beside him was a half-empty brandy bottle that had been full not long ago. She took the bottle and put it on the sideboard, hoping that out of reach would equal out of mind in the morning. She almost reached out for him, almost stroked the gray hair that obscured his face, a small, oval-shaped bald spot revealed by repose. She wanted to be able to touch him that way, in comfort, in love, in companionship. Instead, she went into the kitchen, where she made a pot of bitter, dark, made-from-acorns coffee, and found a small loaf of the tasteless gray bread that was all the Parisians could get anymore. She broke off a piece. What would Madame Dufour say about that, eating while walking? And chewed it slowly.
"That coffee smells like shit,"
her father said, bleary-eyed, lifting his head as she came into the room. She handed him her cup. "It tastes worse." Isabelle poured another cup of coffee for herself and sat down beside him. The lamplight accentuated the road-map look of his face, deepening the pits and wrinkles, making the flesh beneath his eyes look wax-like and swollen. She waited for him to say something, but he just stared at her. Beneath his pointed gaze, she finished her coffee. She needed it to swallow the dry, terrible bread, and pushed the empty cup away. Isabelle stayed there until he fell asleep again, and then she went into her own room. But there was no way she could sleep. She lay there for hours, wondering and worrying. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. She got out of bed and went into the salon. "I'm going out to see," she announced. "Don't," he said, still seated at the table. "I won't do anything stupid." She returned to her bedroom and changed into a summer-weight blue skirt and short-sleeved white blouse. She put a faded blue silk scarf around her messy hair, tied it beneath her chin, and left the apartment. On the 3rd floor, she saw that the door to the Wisniak apartment was open, She peered inside. The room had been looted. Only the biggest pieces of furniture remained, and the drawers of the black Bombay chest were open. Clothes and inexpensive knickknacks were scattered across the floor. Rectangular black marks on the wall revealed missing artwork. She closed the door behind her. In the lobby, she paused just long enough to compose herself, and then opened the door. Buses rolled down the street, one after another. Through the dirty bus windows, she saw dozens of children's faces, with their noses pressed to the glass, and their mothers seated beside them. The sidewalks were curiously empty. Isabelle saw a French policeman standing at the corner, and she went to him.
Where are they going?
Vélodrome d'hiver.
The sporting stadium? Why?
You don't belong here. Go, or I'll put you on a bus and you'll end up with them.
Maybe I'll do that. Maybe...
The policeman leaned close, whispered, "Go!" He grabbed her arm and dragged her to the side of the road. "Our orders are to shoot anyone who tries to escape. You hear me?"
You'd shoot them? Women and children?
The young policeman looked miserable. "Go!" Isabelle knew she should stay. That was the smart thing to do. But she could walk to the Veldiv almost as quickly as these buses could drive there. It was only a few blocks away. Maybe then she would know what was happening. For the first time in months, the barricades on the side streets of Paris were unmanned. She ducked around one and ran down the street, toward the river, past closed-up shops and empty cafes. Only a few blocks away, she came to a breathless stop across the street from the stadium. An endless stream of buses jammed with people drew up alongside the huge building and disgorged passengers. Then the doors wheezed shut and the buses drove off again. Others drove up to take their place. She saw a sea of yellow stars. There were thousands of men, women, and children looking confused and despairing, being herded into the stadium. Most were wearing layers of clothing, too much for the July heat. Police patrolled the perimeter like American cowboys herding cattle, blowing whistles, shouting orders, forcing the Jewish people forward, into the stadium or onto other buses. Families. She saw a policeman shove a woman with his baton so hard she stumbled to her knees. She staggered upright, reaching blindly to the little boy beside her, protecting him with her body as she limped toward the stadium entrance. She saw a young French policeman and fought through the crowd to get to him.
"What's happening?"
she asked.
"That's not your concern, mademoiselle. Go."
Isabelle looked back at the large cycling stadium. All she saw were people, bodies crammed together, families trying to hold on to each other in the melee. The police shouted at them, shoved them forward toward the stadium, yanked children and mothers to their feet when they fell. She could hear children crying. A pregnant woman was on her knees, rocking back and forth, clutching her distended belly.
"But there are too many of them in there,"
Isabelle said.
"They'll be deported soon."
"Where?"
He shrugged.
"I know nothing about it."
"You must know something."
"Work camps,"
he mumbled.
"In Germany. That's all I know."
"But they're women and children."
He shrugged again. Isabelle couldn't comprehend it. How could the French gendarmes be doing this to Parisians, to women and children?
"Children can hardly work, monsieur. You must have thousands of children in there, and pregnant women. How—"
"Do I look like the mastermind of this? I just do what I'm told. They tell me to arrest the foreign-born Jews in Paris, so I do it. They want the crowd separated, single men to Drancy, families to the Veldiv. Voila, it's done. Point rifles at them and be prepared to shoot. The government wants all of France's foreign Jews sent east to work camps, and we're starting here."
All of France? Isabelle felt the air rush out of her lungs. Operation Spring Wind.
"You mean this isn't just happening in Paris?"
No, this is just the start.
Vianne had stood in queues all day, in the oppressive summer heat, and for what? Half a pound of dry cheese and a loaf of terrible bread?
Can we have some strawberry jam today, Maman? It hides the taste of the bread.
As they left the shop, Vianne kept Sophie close to her, tucked against her hip as if she were a much younger child.
Maybe just a little. But we can't go overboard. Remember how terrible the winter was? Another will be coming.
Vianne saw a group of soldiers coming their way, rifles glinting in the sunshine. They marched past, and tanks followed them, grumbling over the cobblestone street.
There is a lot going on out here today,
Sophie said. Vianne had been thinking the same thing. The road was full of French police. Gendarmes were coming into town in droves. It was a relief to step into Rachel's quiet, well-tended yard. She looked forward to her visits with Rachel so much. It was really the only time she felt like herself anymore. At Vianne's knock, Rachel peered out suspiciously, saw who was at the door, and smiled, opening the door wide, letting sunshine stream into the bare house.
"Vianne, Sophie, come in, come in!"
"Sophie!" Sarah yelled. The two girls hugged each other as if they'd been apart for weeks instead of days. It had taken a toll on both of them to be separated while Sophie was sick. Sarah took Sophie by the hand and led her out into the front yard, where they sat beneath an apple tree. Rachel left the door open so that they could hear them. Vianne uncoiled the floral scarf from around her head and stuffed it into the pocket of her skirt. "I brought you something."
"No, Vianne, we have talked about this,"
Rachel said. She was wearing a pair of overalls that she'd made from an old shower curtain. Her summer cardigan, once white and now grayed from too many washings and too much wear, hung from the chair back. From here, Vianne could see 2 points of the yellow star sewn onto the sweater. Vianne went to the counter in the kitchen and opened the silverware drawer. There was almost nothing left in it. In the 2 years of the occupation, they had all lost count of the times the Germans had gone door to door, requisitioning what they needed. How often had Germans broken into the homes at night, taking whatever they wanted? All of it ended up on trains headed east. Now, most of the drawers and closets and trunks in town were empty. All Rachel had left were a few forks and spoons and a single bread knife. Vianne took the knife over to the table. Withdrawing the bread and cheese from her basket, she carefully cut both in half and returned her portion to the basket. When she looked up again, Rachel had tears in her eyes.
"I want to tell you not to give us that. You need it."
"You need it too."
"I should just rip the damn star off. Then at least I would be allowed to queue up for food when there was still some to be had."
There were constantly new restrictions in place for Jewish people. They could no longer own bicycles and were banned from all public places except between 3 and 4 p.m., when they were allowed to shop. By then, there was nothing left. Before Vianne could answer, she heard a motorcycle out on the road. She recognized the sound of it and went to stand in the open doorway. Rachel squeezed in beside her.
"What is he doing here?"
"I'll see," Vianne said.
"I'm coming with you."
Vianne walked through the orchard, past a hummingbird hovering at the roses, to the gate. Opening it, she stepped through, onto the roadside, let Rachel in behind her. Behind them, the gate made a little click, like the snapping of a bone.
"Mesdames,"
Beck said, doffing his military cap, wedging it under his armpit.
"I am sorry to disturb your lady's time, but I have come to tell you something, Madame Mauriac."
He put the slightest emphasis on you. It made it sound as if they shared secrets.
"Oh? And what is it, Herr Captain?"
Vianne asked. He glanced left to right, and then leaned slightly toward Vianne.
"Madame de Champlain should not be at home tomorrow morning," he said quietly.
Vianne thought perhaps he'd translated his intention poorly.
"Pardon?"
Madame de Champlain should not be at home tomorrow, he repeated. My husband and I own this house, Rachel said. Why should I leave? It will not matter, this ownership of the house. Not tomorrow. My children? Rachel started. Beck finally looked at Rachel. Your children are of no concern to us. They were born in France. They are not on the list. List. A word that was feared now. Vianne said quietly, What are you telling us? I am telling you that if she is here tomorrow, she will not be here the day after. But if she were my friend, I would find a way to hide her for a day. Only for a day? Vianne asked, studying him closely. That is all I came to say, Mesdames, and I should not have done it. I would be punished if it got out. Please, if you are questioned about this later, do not mention my visit. He clicked his heels together, pivoted, and walked away. Rachel looked at Vianne. They had heard rumors of roundups in Paris, women and children being deported, but no one believed it. How could they? The claims were crazy, impossible. Tens of thousands of people taken from their homes in the middle of the night by the French police. And all at once, it couldn't be true. Do you trust him? Vianne considered this question. She surprised herself by saying, Yes. So what do I do? Take the children to the free zone, tonight. Vianne couldn't believe she was thinking it, let alone saying it. Last week Madame Durand tried to cross the frontier, and she was shot and her children deported. Vianne would say the same thing in Rachel's place. It was one thing for a woman to run by herself. It was another thing to risk your children's lives. But what if they were risking their lives by staying here? You're right. It's too dangerous. But I think you should do as Beck advises. Hide. It is only for a day. Then perhaps we'll know more. Where? Isabelle prepared for this, and I thought she was a fool. She sighed. There's a cellar in the barn. You know that if you are caught hiding me... Oui, Vianne said sharply. She didn't want to hear it said aloud. Punishable by death. I know. Vianne slipped a sleeping draught into Sophie's lemonade and put the child to bed early. Not the sort of thing that made one feel like a good mother, but neither was it all right to take Sophie with them tonight, or let her awaken alone. Bad choices. That was all there were anymore. While waiting for her daughter to fall asleep, Vianne paced. She heard every clatter of wind against the shutters, every creaky settling of the timbers of the old house. At just past 6 o'clock, she dressed in her old gardening overalls and went downstairs. She found Beck sitting on her divan, an oil lamp lit beside him. He was holding a small framed portrait of his family, his wife, Hilda, Vianne knew, and his children, Gisela and Wilhelm. At her arrival, he looked up but didn't stand. Vianne didn't know quite what to do. She wanted him to be invisible right now, tucked behind the closed door of his room, someone she could completely discount. And yet he had risked his career to help Rachel. How could she ignore that? Bad things are happening, Madame. Impossible things. I trained to be a soldier, to fight for my country and make my family proud. It was an honorable choice. What will be thought of us upon our return? What will be thought of me? She sat down beside him. I worry about what Antoine will think of me, too. I should not have given you that list of names. I should have been more frugal with my money. I should have worked harder to keep my job. Perhaps I should have listened to Isabelle more. You should not blame yourself. I'm sure your husband would agree. We men are perhaps too quick to reach for our guns. He turned slightly, his gaze taking in her attire. She was dressed in her overalls and a black sweater. A black scarf covered her hair. She looked like a housewife version of a spy. "It is dangerous for her to run," he said.
"And to stay, apparently."
"And there it is," he said. "A terrible dilemma."
"Which is more dangerous, I wonder?"
Vianne asked. She expected no answer, and was surprised when he said, "Staying, I think." Vianne nodded. "You should not go," he said.
"I can't let her go alone."
Beck considered that. Finally he nodded. "You know the land of Monsieur Fret, where the cows are raised?"
"Oui, but—"
"There is a cattle trail behind the barn. It leads to the least manned of the checkpoints. It is a long walk. But one should make the checkpoint before curfew. If someone were wondering about that. Not that I know anyone who is."
"My father, Julien Rossignol, lives in Paris at 57 Avenue de la Bourdonnais. If I didn't come home one day,
I would see that your daughter made it to Paris." He rose, taking the picture with him. "I am to bed, madame." She stood beside him.
"I am afraid to trust you."
"I would be more afraid not to."
They were closer now, ringed together by the meager light.
"Are you a good man, Herr Captain?"
"I used to think so, madame."
"Thank you,"
she said.
"Do not thank me yet, madame."
He left her alone with the light and returned to his room, closing the door firmly behind him. Vianne sat back down, waiting. At 7:30, she retrieved the heavy black shawl that hung from a hook by the kitchen door.
"Be brave," she thought. "Just this once."
She covered her head and shoulders with the shawl and went outside. Rachel and her children were waiting for her behind the barn. A wheelbarrow was beside them. In it, Ari lay wrapped in blankets, asleep. Tucked around him were a few possessions Rachel had chosen to take with her.
"You have false papers?"
Vianne asked.
Rachel nodded. "I don't know how good they are, and they cost me my wedding ring."
She looked at Vianne. They communicated everything without speaking aloud.
"Are you sure you want to come with us?"
"I'm sure."
"Why do we have to leave?"
Sarah said, looking frightened. Rachel put a hand on Sarah's head and gazed down at her.
"I need you to be strong for me, Sarah. Remember our talk?"
Sarah nodded slowly.
"For Ari and Papa."
They crossed the dirt road and pushed their way through the field of hay toward the copse of trees in the distance. Once in the spindly forest, Vianne felt safer, protected somewhat. By the time they arrived at the Fret property, night had fallen. They found the cattle trail that led into a deeper wood, where thick, ropey roots veined the dry ground, causing Rachel to have to push the wheelbarrow hard to keep it moving. Time and again, it thumped over some root and clattered back down. Ari whimpered in his sleep and greedily sucked his thumb. Vianne could feel the sweat running down her back.
"I have been in need of exercise," Rachel said, breathing heavily.
"And I love a good walk through the woods," Vianne answered. "What about you, Mademoiselle Sarah? What do you find lovely about our adventure?" "I'm not wearing that stupid star," Sarah said. "How come Sophie isn't with us? She loves the woods. Remember the scavenger hunts we used to have? She found everything first."
Through a break in the trees up ahead, Vianne saw a flashing light, and then the black and white markings of the border crossing. The gate was illuminated by lights so bright only the enemy would dare use them, or be able to afford to. A German guard stood by, his rifle glinting silver in the unnatural light. There was a small line of people waiting to pass through. Approval would only be granted if the paperwork was in order. If Rachel's false papers didn't work, she and the children would be arrested. It was real suddenly. Vianne came to a stop. She would have to watch it all from here.
"I'll write if I can,"
Rachel said. Vianne's throat tightened. Even if the best happened, she might not hear from her friend for years. or ever. In this new world, there was no certain way to keep in touch with those you love.
"Don't give me that look," Rachel said. "We will be together again in no time, drinking champagne and dancing to that jazz music you love."
Vianne wiped the tears from her eyes.
"You know I won't be seen with you in public when you start dancing."
Sarah tugged at her sleeve.
"Tell Sophie I said goodbye."
Vianne knelt down and hugged Sarah. She could have held on forever. Instead, she let go. She started to reach for Rachel, but her friend backed away.
"If I hug you, I'll cry, and I can't cry."
Vianne's arms dropped heavily to her side. Rachel reached down for the wheelbarrow. She and her children left the protection of the trees and joined the queue of people at the checkpoint. A man on a bicycle pedaled through and kept going, and then an old woman pushing a flower cart was waved on. Rachel was almost to the front of the queue when a whistle shrieked and someone yelled in German. The guard turned his machine gun on the crowd and opened fire. Tiny red bursts peppered the dark. Rat-a-tat-tat. A woman screamed as the man beside her crumpled to the ground. The queue instantly dispersed. People ran in all directions. It happened so fast, Vianne couldn't react. She saw Rachel and Sarah running toward her, back to the trees, Sarah in front, Rachel in back with the wheelbarrow.
"Here!"
Vianne cried out, her voice lost in the splatter of gunfire. Sarah dropped to her knees in the grass.
"Sarah!"
Rachel cried. Vianne swooped forward and pulled Sarah into her arms. She carried her into the woods and laid her on the ground, unbuttoning her coat. The girl's chest was riddled with bullet holes. Blood bubbled up, spilled over, oozing. Vianne wrenched off her shawl and pressed it to the wounds.
"How is she?"
Rachel asked, coming to a breathless stop beside her.
"Is that blood?"
Rachel crumpled to the grass beside her daughter. In the wheelbarrow, Ari started to scream. Lights flashed at the checkpoint. Soldiers gathered together. Dogs started barking.
"We have to go, Rachel,"
Vianne said.
"Now!"
She clambered to her feet in the blood-slick grass and took Ari out of the wheelbarrow, shoving him at Rachel, who seemed not to understand. Vianne threw everything out of the wheelbarrow and, as carefully as she could, placed Sarah in the rusted metal, with Ari's blanket behind her head. Clutching the handles in her bloody hands, she lifted the back wheels and began pushing.
"Come on,"
she said to Rachel.
"We can save her."
Rachel nodded numbly. Vianne shoved the wheelbarrow forward, over the ropey roots and dirt. Her heart was pounding, and fear was a sour taste in her mouth, but she didn't stop or look back. She knew that Rachel was behind her, Ari was screaming, and if anyone else was following them, she didn't want to know. As they neared Le Jardin, Vianne struggled to push the heavy wheelbarrow through the gully alongside the road and up the hill to the barn. When she finally stopped, the wheelbarrow thumped down to the ground and Sarah moaned in pain. Rachel put Ari down. Then she lifted Sarah out of the wheelbarrow and gently placed her on the grass. Ari wailed and held his arms out to be held. Rachel knelt beside Sarah and saw the terrible devastation of Sarah's chest. She looked up at Vianne, gave her a look of such pain and loss that Vianne couldn't breathe. Then Rachel looked down again and placed a hand on her daughter's pale cheek. Sarah lifted her head.
"Did we make it across the frontier?"
Blood bubbled up from her colorless lips, slid down her chin.
"We did,"
Rachel said.
"We did. We're all safe now."
"I was brave," Sarah said. "Wasn't I?"
"We,"
Rachel said brokenly.
"So brave."
"I'm cold,"
Sarah murmured. She shivered. Sarah drew in a shuddering breath, exhaled slowly.
"We are going to have some candy now, and a macaron. I love you, Sarah, and Papa loves you. You are our star."
Rachel's voice broke. She was crying now.
"Our heart. You know that?"
Tell Sophie I...
Sarah's eyelids fluttered shut. She drew a last shuddering breath and went still. Her lips parted, but no breath slipped past them. Vianne knelt down beside Sarah. She felt for a pulse and found none. The silence turned sour, thick. All Vianne could think about was the sound of this child's laughter and how empty the world would be without it. She knew about death, about the grief that ripped you apart and left you broken forever. She couldn't imagine how Rachel was still breathing. If this was any other time, Vianne would sit down beside Rachel, take her hand and let her cry, or hold her, or talk, or say nothing. Whatever Rachel needed, Vianne would have moved heaven and earth to provide. But she couldn't do that now. It was another terrible blow in all of this. They couldn't even take time to grieve. Vianne needed to be strong for Rachel. "We need to bury her," Vianne said as gently as she could. "She hates the dark." "My maman will be with her," Vianne said. "And yours. You and Ari need to go into the cellar. Hide. I'll take care of Sarah." "How?" Vianne knew Rachel wasn't asking how to hide in the barn. She was asking how to live after a loss like this. How to pick up one child and let the other go. How to keep breathing after you whisper goodbye. "I can't leave her." "You have to. For Ari." Vianne got slowly to her feet, waiting. Rachel drew in a breath as clattery as broken glass and leaned forward to kiss Sarah's cheek. "I will always love you," she whispered. At last, Rachel rose. She reached down for Ari, took him in her arms, held him so tightly he started to cry again. Vianne reached for Rachel's hand and led her friend into the barn and to the cellar. "I will come get you as soon as it's safe." "Safe," Rachel said dully, staring back through the open barn door. Vianne moved the car and opened the trap door. "There's a lantern down there, and food." Holding Ari, Rachel climbed down the ladder and disappeared into the darkness. Vianne shut the door on them and replaced the car, and then went to the lilac bush her mother had planted 30 years ago. It had spread tall and wide along the wall. Beneath it, almost lost amid the summer greenery, were 3 small white crosses. 2 for the miscarriages she'd suffered, and 1 for the son who'd lived less than a week. Rachel had stood here beside her as each of her boys was buried. Now Vianne was here to bury her best friend's daughter. Her daughter's best friend. What kind of benevolent God would allow such a thing? Chapter 23. In the last few moments before dawn, Vianne sat near the mound of fresh-turned earth. She wanted to pray, but her faith felt far away, the remnant of another woman's life. Slowly, she got to her feet. As the sky turned lavender and pink, ironically beautiful, she went to her backyard, where the chickens clucked and flapped their wings at her unexpected arrival. She stripped off her bloody clothes, left them in a heap on the ground, and washed up at the pump. Then she took a linen nightdress from the clothesline, put it on, and went inside. She was bone-tired and soul-weary, but there was no way she could rest. She lit an oil lamp and sat on the divan. She closed her eyes and tried to imagine Antoine beside her. What would she say to him now? "I don't know the right thing to do anymore. I want to protect Sophie and keep her safe. But what good is safety if she has to grow up in a world where people disappear without a trace because they pray to a different God? If I am arrested..." The door to the guest room opened. She heard Beck coming toward her. He was dressed in his uniform and freshly shaved, and she knew instinctively that he'd been waiting for her to return, worrying about her. "You're returned," he said. She was sure he saw some spatter of blood or dirt somewhere on her,
at her temple or on the back of her hand. There was an almost imperceptible pause. She knew he was waiting for her to look at him, to communicate what had happened, but she just sat there. If she opened her mouth, she might start screaming. Or if she looked at him, she might cry, might demand to know how it was that children could be shot in the dark for nothing.
"Mama?"
Sophie said, coming into the room.
"You were not in bed when I woke up,"
she said.
"I got scared."
She clasped her hands in her lap.
"I am sorry, Sophie."
"Well," Beck said, "I must leave. Goodbye." As soon as the door closed behind him, Sophie came closer. She looked a little bleary-eyed, tired.
"You're scaring me, Maman. Is something wrong?"
Vianne closed her eyes. She would have to give her daughter this terrible news, and then what? She would hold her daughter and stroke her head and let her cry, and she would have to be strong. She was so tired of being strong.
"Come, Sophie,"
she said, rising.
"Let's sleep a little longer if we can."
That afternoon, in town, Vianne expected to see soldiers gathering, rifles drawn, police wagons parked in the town square, dogs straining on leashes, black-clad SS officers, something to indicate trouble. But there was nothing out of the ordinary. She and Sophie remained in Carrevaux all day, standing in queues Vianne knew were a waste of time, walking down one street after another. At first, Sophie talked incessantly. Vianne barely noticed. How could she concentrate on normal conversation with Rachel and Ari hiding in her cellar and Sarah gone?
"Can we leave now, Maman?"
Sophie said at nearly 3:00.
"There's nothing more to be had. We're wasting our time."
Beck must have made a mistake, or perhaps he was simply being overly cautious. Certainly they would not round up and arrest Jewish people at this hour. Everyone knew that arrests were never made during meal times. The Nazis were much too punctual and organized for that, and they loved their French food and wine.
"Oui, Sophie, we can go home."
They headed out of town. Vianne remained on alert, but if anything, the road was less crowded than usual. The airfield was quiet.
"Can Sarah come over?"
Sophie asked as Vianne eased the broken gate open. Sarah. Vianne glanced down at Sophie.
"You look sad,"
her daughter said.
"I am sad,"
Vianne said quietly.
"Are you thinking of Papa?"
Vianne drew in a deep breath and released it. Then she said gently, "Come with me," and led Sophie to a spot beneath the apple tree where they sat together.
"You are scaring me, Maman."
Vianne knew she was handling it badly already, but she had no idea how to do this. Sophie was too old for lies and too young for the truth. Vianne couldn't tell her that Sarah had been shot trying to cross the border. Her daughter might say the wrong thing to the wrong person.
"Maman?"
Vianne cupped Sophie's thin face in her hands.
"Sarah died last night,"
she said gently.
"Died? She wasn't sick."
Vianne steeled herself.
"It happens that way sometimes. God takes you unexpectedly. She's gone to heaven, to be with her grand-mère and yours."
Sophie pulled away, got to her feet, backed away.
"Do you think I'm stupid?"
What do you mean?"
"She's Jewish."
Vianne hated what she saw in her daughter's eyes right now. There was nothing young in her gaze. No innocence, no naivete, no hope. Not even grief. Just anger. A better mother would shape that anger into loss, and then, at last, into the kind of memory of love one can sustain. But Vianne was too empty to be a good mother right now. She could think of no words that weren't a lie or useless. She ripped away the lacy trim at the end of her sleeve. "You see that bit of red yarn in the tree branch over our heads?" Sophie looked up.
The yarn had lost a bit of color, faded, but still it showed up against the brown branches and green leaves and unripened apples. She nodded. I put that there to remember your papa. Why don't you tie one for Sarah? And we'll think of her every time we are outside.
But papa is not dead, Sophie said. Are you lying to...
No. We remember the missing as much as the lost, don't we? Sophie took the thready coil of lace in her hand, looking a little unsteady on her feet. She tied the strand onto the same branch. Vianne ached for Sophie to come back, turn to her, reach out for a hug, but her daughter just stood there, staring at the scrap of lace, her eyes bright with tears. It won't always be like this, was all Vianne could think of to say.
I don't believe you.
Sophie looked at her at last.
I'm taking a nap.
Vianne could only nod. Ordinarily, she would have been undone by this tension with her daughter, overwhelmed by a sense of having failed. Now she just sighed and got to her feet. She wiped the grass from her skirt and headed up to the barn. Inside, she rolled the Renault forward and opened the cellar door.
Rach, it's me.
Thank God, came a whispery voice from the darkness. Rachel climbed up the creaking ladder and emerged into the dusty light, holding Ari. What happened? Rachel asked tiredly.
Nothing.
Nothing?
I went to town. Everything seems normal.
Maybe Beck was being overly cautious, but I think you should spend one more night down there. Rachel's face was drawn, tired-looking. I'll need diapers and a quick bath. Ari and I both smell. The toddler started to cry. She pushed the damp curls away from her sweat-dampened forehead and murmured to him in a soft, lilting voice. They left the barn and headed for Rachel's house next door. They were nearly to the front door when a French police car pulled up out front. Paul got out of the car and strode into the yard, carrying his rifle. Are you Rachel de Champlain? He asked. Rachel frowned. You know I am. You are being deported. Come with me. Rachel tightened her hold on Ari. Don't take my son. He is not on the list, Paul said. Vianne grabbed the man's sleeve.
You can't do this, Paul. She is French.
She's a Jew. He pointed his rifle at Rachel. Move. Rachel started to say something, but Paul silenced her. He grabbed her by the arm, yanked her out to the road, and forced her into the back seat of his automobile. Vianne meant to stay where she was. Safe, intended to. But the next thing she knew, she was running alongside the automobile, banging on the bonnet, begging to be let inside. Paul slammed on the brakes, let her climb into the back seat, and then he stomped on the gas. Go, Rachel said as they passed Le Jardin. This is no place for you.
This is no place for anyone,
Vianne said. Even a week ago, she might have let Rachel go alone. She might have turned away, with regret probably, and guilt certainly, but she would have thought that protecting Sophie was more important than anything else. Last night had changed her. She still felt fragile and frightened, maybe more so, but she was angry now, too. In town, there were barricades on a dozen streets. Police wagons were everywhere, disgorging people with yellow stars on their chests, herding them toward the train station where cattle cars waited. There were hundreds of people. They must have come from all the communes in the area. Paul parked and opened the car doors. Vianne and Rachel and Ari stepped into the crowd of Jewish women and children and old men making their way to the platform. A train waited, puffing black smoke into the already hot air. 2 German soldiers were standing on the platform. One of them was Beck. He was holding a whip. A whip? But it was French police who were in charge of the roundup. They were forcing people into lines and shoving them into the cattle cars. Men went into one cattle car, women and children in the other. Up ahead, a woman holding a baby tried to run. A gendarme shot her in the back. She pitched to the ground, dead. The baby rolled to the boots of the gendarme holding a smoking gun. Rachel stopped, turned to Vianne. "Take my son," she whispered. The crowd jostled them. "Take him! Save him!" Rachel pleaded. Vianne didn't hesitate. She knew now that no one could be neutral, not anymore. And as afraid as she was of risking Sophie's life, she was suddenly more afraid of letting her daughter grow up in a world where good people did nothing to stop evil, where a good woman could turn her back on a friend in need. She reached for the toddler, took him in her arms. "You!" A gendarme stabbed Rachel in the shoulder with the butt of his rifle, so hard she stumbled. "Move!" She looked at Vianne, and the universe of their friendship was in her eyes. The secrets they'd shared, the promises they'd made and kept, the dreams for their children that bound them as neatly as sisters. "Get out of here!" Rachel cried hoarsely. "Go!" Vianne backed away. Before she knew it, she had turned and begun shoving her way through the crowd, away from the platform and the soldiers and the dogs, away from the smell of fear and the crack of whips and the sound of women wailing and babies crying. She didn't allow herself to slow until she reached the end of the platform. There, holding Ari closely, she turned around. Rachel stood in the black, yawning entrance of the cattle car, her face and hands still smeared with her daughter's blood. She scanned the crowd, saw Vianne and raised her bloody hand in the air, and then she was gone, shoved back by the women stumbling in around her. The door to the cattle car clanged shut. Vianne collapsed onto the divan. Ari was crying uncontrollably, and his diaper was wet and he smelled of urine. She should get up, take care of him, do something. But she couldn't move. She felt weighed down by loss, suffocated by it. Sophie came into the living room.
"Why do you have Ari?"
she said in a quiet, frightened voice.
"Where's Madame de Champlain?"
"She is gone," Vianne said. She hadn't the strength to fabricate a lie, and what was the good of one anyway? There was no way to protect her daughter from all of the evil around them. No way. Sophie would grow up knowing too much, knowing fear and loss and probably hatred. "Rachel was born in Romania," Vianne said tightly. That, along with being Jewish, was her crime. The Vichy government doesn't care that she has lived in France for 25 years and married a Frenchman, and that he fought for France. So they deported her.
"Where will they take her?"
"I don't know."
"Will she come back after the war?"
"Yes. No. I hope so." What answer would a good mother give? "I hope so."
"And Ari?"
Sophie asked. "He will stay with us. He wasn't on the list. I guess our government believes children can raise themselves."
"But Maman, what do we—"
"Do? What do we do? I have no idea." She sighed. "For now, you watch the baby. I'll go next door and get his crib and clothes." Vianne was almost to the door when Sophie said,
"What about Captain Beck?"
Vianne stopped dead. She remembered seeing him on the platform with a whip in his hand, a whip he cracked to herd women and children onto a cattle car. "Oui," she said. "What about Captain Beck?" Vianne washed her blood-soaked clothes and hung them to dry in the backyard, trying not to notice how red the soapy water was when she splashed it across the grass. She made Sophie and Ari supper. What had she made? She couldn't remember.
and put them to bed, but once the house was quiet and dark, she couldn't suppress her emotions. She was angry, howlingly so, and devastated. She couldn't stand how dark and ugly her thoughts were, how bottomless her anger and grief. She ripped the pretty lace from her collar and stumbled outside, remembering when Rachel had given her this blouse 3 years ago.
It's what everyone's wearing in Paris.
The apple trees spread their arms above her. It took her 2 tries to tie the scrap of fabric to the knobby wooden branch between Antoine's and Sarah's, and when she'd done it, she stepped back. Sarah, Rachel, Antoine. The scraps of color blurred. That was when she realized she was crying.
Please, God,
she began to pray, looking up at the bits of fabric and lace and yarn tied around the knobby branch, interspersed with unripe apples. What good were prayers now, when her loved ones were gone? She heard a motorcycle come up the road and park outside Le Jardin. Moments later,
Madame?
She spun to face him.
Where's your whip, Herr Captain?
You were there?
How does it feel to whip a French woman?
You can't think I would do that, madame. It sickens me.
And yet there you were.
As were you. This war has put us all where we do not want to be.
Less so for you Germans.
I tried to help her,
he said. At that, Vianne felt the rage go out of her. Her grief returned. He had tried to save Rachel. If only they had listened to him and kept her hidden longer. She swayed. Beck reached out and steadied her.
You said to hide her in the morning. She was in that terrible cellar all day. By afternoon, I thought everything seemed normal.
Von Richter adjusted the timetable. There was a problem with the trains.
The trains. Rachel waving goodbye. Vianne looked up at him.
Where are they taking her?
It was the first substantive question she'd ever asked him.
To a work camp in Germany.
I hid her all day,
Vianne said again, as if it mattered now.
The Wehrmacht aren't in control anymore. It's the Gestapo and the SS. They're more brutes than soldiers.
Why were you there?
I was following orders. Where are her children?
Your Germans shot Sarah in the back at the frontier checkpoint.
Mein Gott,
he muttered.
I have her son. Why wasn't Ari on the list?
He was born in France and is under 14. They are not deporting French Jews.
He looked at her.
Yet.
Vianne caught her breath.
Will they come for Ari?
I believe that soon they will deport all Jews, regardless of age or place of birth. And when they do, it will become dangerous to have any Jew in your home.
Children, deported, alone.
The horror of it was unbelievable, even after what she'd already seen.
I promised Rachel I'd keep him safe. Will you turn me in?
She asked.
I am not a monster, Vianne.
It was the first time he'd ever used her Christian name. He moved closer.
I want to protect you,
he said. It was the worst thing he could have said. She had felt lonely for years, but now she truly was alone. He touched her upper arm, almost a caress, and she felt it in every part of her body, like an electrical charge. Unable to help herself, she looked at him. He was close to her, just a kiss away. All she had to do was give him the slightest encouragement, a breath, a nod, a touch, and he would close the gap between them. For a moment, she forgot who she was and what had happened today. She longed to be soothed, to forget. She leaned the smallest bit forward, enough to smell his breath, feel it on her lips. And then she remembered, all at once, in a whoosh of anger, and she pushed him away so he stumbled. She scrubbed her lips as if they'd touched his. "We can't," she said. "Of course not." But when he looked at her, and she looked at him, they both knew that there was something worse than kissing the wrong person. It was wanting to. Chapter 24. Summer ended. Hot golden days gave way to washed-out skies and falling rain. Isabelle was so focused on the escape route that she hardly noticed the change in weather. On a chilly October afternoon, she stepped out of the train carriage in a crowd of passengers, holding a bouquet of autumn flowers. As she walked up the boulevard, German motor cars clogged the street, honking loudly. Soldiers strode confidently among the cowed, drab Parisians. Swastika flags flapped in the wintry wind. She hurried down the metro steps. The tunnel to the metro was crowded with people and papered in Nazi propaganda that demonized the Brits and Jews and made the Fuhrer the answer to every question. Suddenly, the air raid sirens howled. The electricity snapped off, plunging everyone into darkness. She heard people muttering and babies crying and old men coughing. From far away, she could hear the thump and grumble of explosions. It was probably Boulogne-Billancourt again, and why not? Renault was making lorries for the Germans. When the all-clear finally sounded, no one moved until moments later, when the electricity and lights came back on. Isabelle was almost to the train when a whistle blared. She froze. Nazi soldiers, accompanied by French collaborators, moved through the tunnel, talking to one another, pointing at people, pulling them out to the perimeter, forcing them to their knees. A rifle appeared in front of her. "Papers," the German said. Isabelle clutched the flowers in one hand and fumbled nervously with her purse with the other. She had a message for Anouk wrapped within the bouquet. It was not unexpected, of course, this search. Since the Allied successes in North Africa had begun, the Germans stopped people constantly, demanding papers. In the streets, the shops, the train stations, the churches, there was no safety anywhere. She handed over her false carte d'identité. "I am meeting a friend of my mother's for lunch." The Frenchman sidled up to the German and perused the papers. He shook his head, and the German handed Isabelle her papers and said, "Go." Isabelle smiled quickly, nodded a thank you, and hurried for the train, slipping into an open carriage just as the door slid shut. By the time she exited in the 16th arrondissement, her calm had returned. A wet fog clung to the streets, obscuring the buildings and the barges moving slowly on the Seine. Sounds were amplified by the haze, turned strange. Somewhere, a ball was bouncing, probably boys playing in the street. One of the barges honked its horn and the noise lingered. At the avenue, she turned the corner and went to a bistro, one of the few with its lights on. A nasty wind ruffled the awning. She passed the empty tables and went to the outside counter, where she ordered a café au lait, without coffee or milk, of course. "Juliette, is that you?" Isabelle saw Anouk and smiled.
"Gabrielle, how lovely to see you."
Isabelle handed Anouk the flowers. Anouk ordered a coffee. While they stood there, sipping coffee in the icy weather, Anouk said, "I spoke with my Uncle Henri yesterday. He misses you." "Is he unwell?" No, quite the opposite. He is planning a party for next Tuesday night. He asked me to extend an invitation. Shall I take him a gift for you?" "No, but a letter would be nice. Here, I have it ready for you." Isabelle took the letter and slipped it into the lining of her purse. Anouk looked at her. Smoky shadows circled her eyes.
New lines had begun to crease her cheeks and brows. This life in the shadows had begun to take a toll on her. "Are you all right, my friend?" Isabelle asked. Anouk's smile was tired but true. "Oui," she paused. "I saw Gaëtan last night. He will be at the meeting in Carriveau." "Why tell me?" "Isabelle, you are the most transparent person I have ever met. Every thought and feeling you have reveals itself in your eyes. Are you unaware how often you have mentioned him to me?" "Really? I thought I had hidden it." "It's nice, actually. It reminds me of what we are fighting for. Simple things. A girl and a boy and their future." She kissed Isabelle's cheeks. Then she whispered, "He mentions you as well." Luckily for Isabelle, it was raining in Carriveau on this late October day. No one paid attention to people in weather like this, not even the Germans. She flipped her hood up and held her coat shut at her throat. Even so, rain pelted her face and slid in cold streaks down her neck as she hauled her bicycle off the train and walked it across the platform. On the outskirts of town, she climbed aboard. Choosing a lesser-used alley, she pedaled into Carriveau, bypassing the square. On a rainy autumn day like this, there were few people out and about, only women and children standing in food queues, their coats and hats dripping rainwater. The Germans were mostly inside. By the time she reached the Hotel Bellevue, she was exhausted. She dismounted, locked her bicycle to a street lamp, and went inside. A bell jangled overhead, announcing her arrival to the German soldiers who were seated in the lobby, drinking their afternoon coffees. "Mademoiselle," one of the officers said, reaching for a flaky golden pain au chocolat, "you are soaking wet. These French do not know enough to get out of the rain." They laughed at that. She kept smiling and walked past them. At the hotel's front desk, she rang the bell. Henri came out of the back room, holding a tray of coffees. He saw her and nodded. "One moment, madame," Henri said, gliding past her, carrying the tray to a table where two SS agents sat like spiders in their black uniforms. When Henri returned to the front desk, he said, "Madame Gervaise, welcome back. It is good to see you again. Your room is ready, of course. If you'll follow me." She nodded and followed Henri down the narrow hallway and up the stairs to the second floor. There, he pressed a skeleton key into a lock, gave it a twist, and opened the door to reveal a small bedroom with a single bed, a nightstand, and a lamp. He led her inside, kicked the door shut with his foot, and took her in his arms. "Isabelle," he said, pulling her close. "It's good to see you." He released her and stepped back. "With Romanville, I worried." Isabelle lowered her wet hood. "Oui." In the past 2 months, the Nazis had cracked down on what they called saboteurs and resistors. They had finally begun to see the role women were playing in this war, and had imprisoned over 200 French women in Romanville. She unbuttoned her coat and draped it over the end of the bed. Reaching into the lining, she pulled out an envelope and handed it to Henri. "Here you go," she said, giving him money that had come from MI9. His hotel was one of the key safe houses their group maintained. Isabelle loved that they housed Brits and Yanks and resistors right under the Nazis' noses. Tonight she would be a guest in this smallest of rooms. She pulled out a chair from behind a scarred writing desk and sat down. "The meeting is set for tonight?" 11 p.m., in the abandoned barn on the Angler farm. "What's it about?" "I'm not in the know." He sat down on the end of the bed. She could tell by the look on his face that he was going to get serious, and she groaned. "I hear the Nazis are desperate to find the Nightingale. Word is that they're trying to infiltrate the escape route." "I know this, Henri." She lifted one eyebrow. "I hope you are not going to tell me that it's dangerous." "You are going too often, Isabelle. How many trips have you made?"
24.
Henri shook his head. No wonder they are desperate to find you. We heard word of another escape route, running through Marseille and Perpignan, that is having success too. There is going to be trouble, Isabelle. She was surprised by how much his concern moved her, and how nice it was to hear her own name. It felt good to be Isabelle Rossignol again, even if only for a few moments, and to sit with someone who knew her. So much of her life was spent hiding and on the run, in safe houses with strangers. Still, she saw no reason to talk about this. The escape route was invaluable and worth the risk they were taking.
You are keeping an eye on my sister, oui?
Oui.
The Nazi still billets there?
Henri's gaze slid away from hers.
What is it?
Vianne was fired from her teaching post some time ago.
Why? Her students love her. She's an excellent teacher.
The rumor is that she questioned a Gestapo officer.
That doesn't sound like Vianne. So she has no income. What is she living on?
Henri looked uncomfortable. There is gossip.
Gossip?
About her and the Nazi. All summer long, Vianne hid Rachel's son in Le Jardin. She made sure never to venture out with him, not even to garden. Without papers, she couldn't pretend that he was anyone other than Ariel de Champlain. She had to let Sophie stay at home with the child, and so each journey to town was a nerve-wracking event that couldn't be over soon enough. She told everyone she could think of, shopkeepers, nuns, villagers, that Rachel had been deported with both her children. It was all she could think of to do. Today, after a long, slogging day standing in line only to be told there was nothing left, Vianne left town feeling defeated. There were rumors of more deportations, more roundups, happening all over France. Thousands of French Jews were being held at internment camps. At home, she hung her wet cloak on an exterior hook by the front door. She had no real hope that it would dry out before tomorrow, but at least it wouldn't drip all over her floor. She stepped out of her muddy rubber boots by the door and went into the house. As usual, Sophie was standing by the door, waiting for her.
I'm fine,
Vianne said. Sophie nodded solemnly.
So are we.
Will you give Ari a bath while I make supper? Sophie scooped Ari into her arms and left the room. Vianne uncoiled the scarf from her hair and hung it up. Then she set her basket in the sink to dry out and went down to the pantry, where she chose a sausage and some undersized, softening potatoes and onions. Back in the kitchen, she lit the stove and preheated her black cast-iron skillet. Adding a drop of the precious oil, she browned the sausage. Vianne stared down at the meat, breaking it up with her wooden spoon, watching it turn from pink to gray to a nice crusty brown. When it was crispy, she added cubed potatoes and diced onions and garlic. The garlic popped and browned and released its scent into the air.
That smells delicious.
Herr Captain, she said quietly,
I didn't hear your motorcycle.
Mademoiselle Sophie let me in.
She turned down the flame on the stove and covered the pan, then faced him. By tacit agreement, they both pretended that the night in the orchard had never happened. Neither had mentioned it, and yet it was in the air between them always. Things had changed that night, subtly. He ate supper with them most nights now. Mostly food that he brought home, never large amounts, just a ham slice or a bag of flour or a few sausages. He spoke openly of his wife and children, and she talked about Antoine. All their words were designed to reinforce a wall that had already been breached. He repeatedly offered, most kindly, to mail Vianne's care packages to Antoine, which she filled with whatever small items she could spare. Old winter gloves that were too big, cigarettes Beck left behind, a precious jar of jam. Vianne made sure never to be alone with Beck. That was the biggest change.
She didn't go out into the backyard at night or stay up after Sophie went to bed. She didn't trust herself to be alone with him. "I have brought you a gift," he said. He held out a set of papers, a birth certificate for a baby born June of 1939 to Etienne and Aimée Mauriac, a boy named Daniel Antoine Mauriac. Vianne looked at Beck. Had she told him that she and Antoine had wanted to name a son Daniel? She must have, although she didn't remember it. "It is unsafe to house Jewish children now, or it will be very soon."
"You have taken such a risk for him. For us," she said.
"For you," he said quietly. "And they are false papers, madame. Remember that. To go along with the story that you adopted him from a relative."
"I will never tell them they came from you."
"It is not myself I worry about, madame. Ari must become Daniel immediately, completely. And you must be extremely careful. The Gestapo and the SS are brutes. The Allied victories in Africa are hitting us hard. And this final solution for the Jews, it is an evil impossible to comprehend. He paused, gazed down at her. "I want to protect you."
"You have,"
she said, looking up at him. He started to move toward her, and she to him, even as she knew it was a mistake. Sophie came running into the kitchen.
"Ari is hungry, Maman. He keeps complaining."
Beck came to a stop. Reaching past her, brushing her arm with his hand, he picked up a fork on the counter. Taking it, he speared one perfect bite of sausage, a crispy brown cube of potato, a chunk of caramelized onion. As he ate it, he stared down at her. He was so close now that she could feel his breath on her cheek. "You are a most amazing cook, madame."
"Merci,"
she said in a tight voice. He stepped back. "I regret I cannot stay for supper, madame. I must away." Vianne tore her gaze away from him and smiled at Sophie.
"Set the table for 3,
she said. Later, while supper simmered on the stove, Vianne gathered the children together on their bed.
"Sophie, Ari, come here. I need to speak with you."
"What is it, Maman?" Sophie asked, looking worried already.
"They are deporting French-born Jews."
She paused. "Children, too." Sophie drew in a sharp breath and looked at 3-year-old Ari, who bounced happily on the bed. He was too young to learn a new identity. She could tell him his name was Daniel Mauriac from now until forever, and he wouldn't understand why. If he believed in his mother's return and waited for that, sooner or later he would make a mistake that would get him deported, maybe one that would get them all killed. She couldn't risk that. She would have to break his heart to protect them all.
"Forgive me, Rachel."
She and Sophie exchanged a pained look. They both knew what had to be done. But how could one mother do this to another woman's child?
"Ari,"
she said quietly, taking his face in her hands.
"Your maman is with the angels in heaven.
She won't be coming back." He stopped bouncing.
"What?"
"She's gone forever," Vianne said again, feeling her own tears rise and fall. She would say it over and over until he believed it.
"I am your maman now, and you will be called Daniel."
He frowned, chewing noisily on the inside of his mouth, splaying his fingers as if he were counting.
"You said she was coming back."
Vianne hated to say it.
"She's not. She's gone. Like the sick baby rabbit we lost last month, remember?"
They had buried it in the yard with great ceremony.
"Gone like the bunny?"
Tears filled his brown eyes, spilled over, his mouth trembled. Vianne took him in her arms and held him and rubbed his back. But she couldn't soothe him enough.
nor could she let him go. At last, she eased back enough to look at him.
"Do you understand, Daniel? You'll be my brother,"
Sophie said, her voice unsteady.
"Truly."
Vianne felt her heart break, but she knew there was no other way to keep Rachel's son safe. She prayed that he was young enough to forget that he was ever Ari, and the sadness of that prayer was overwhelming. "Say it," she said evenly. "Tell me your name."
"Daniel,"
he said, obviously confused, trying to please. Vianne made him say it a dozen times that night while they ate their supper of sausage and potatoes, and later, when they washed the dishes and dressed for bed. She prayed that this ruse would be enough to save him, that his papers would pass inspection. Never again would she call him Ari, or even think of him as Ari. Tomorrow, she would cut his hair as short as possible. Then she would go to town and tell everyone, that gossip Helene Ruel would be first, of the child she'd adopted from a dead cousin in Nice. God help them all.